Good day and good evening, and welcome to Smol Kai's Sidequest with me, Caetsu Chaiji, but you can just call me Kai. Tonight, we're basically just going to be leveling Bard. However, the way we're going to do this is first I'm going to log in real quick to just check like retainers. Make sure that Smol Kai gets out of bed. And then, well, then we go to Ravana. So that people from all around the world can join. Since we have that opportunity now. And that said, hey Ogni, hey Gazel, hey Ymir, hey Erdel, hey Rust, hey Test Tank, hey Troy, and hey Obama. Hope you're all doing very well. What do you mean, Troy? It is evening here. Azaf, hope you're doing well as well. Yeah. Did we not send you on a new venture? Oops. And just randomly a level 1 materia is worth a ton for some reason. The classic. Yeah, it's usually for relics. Ah, right, Themis. Hey Xavius, hope you're doing well. And Ham, hope you're doing well as well. And Fina. Yeah, the reason why I wanted to log in here first is primarily because you can, as far as I remember, you cannot access your retainers when you're visiting another data center. And we need to do that. And also, when you visit another data center, what happens is that your character is moved to like the Aetheryte Plaza associated with the city that your character was originally started in when it was created. And that is obviously not a bed. And Smol Kai gets out of bed and starts the stream, right? So, can't do that. Hey Vyak, hope you're doing well. Yeah, that's the plan. So I was thinking we would actually do that now. But we already have this party here. There's one Ymir. I think we'll hop over to Ravana because that was what we had planned. So you're of course all welcome to just join me in doing that. So I can just show you how it's done, really. So you go in here. Shocking, you connect to the data center. You right click. Visit another data center, yes. And then you choose here and confirm. The thing that might happen if you have not done this yet is it'll pop up and tell you that you need to connect to materia first. As in, you have to actually go out to the main menu, choose data centers, choose materia, go in, see that you obviously don't have any characters there, then go out over to your original data center and then do the transfer. I'm not entirely sure why, but there may be some stuff that needs to be set up or something. So hey Cyanide, hope you're doing well. And there we go. I think we'll go over to the Adder Grand Company place where we often hang out. It's time to rejoice! Yeah, I don't know. It could be something with the database or something. Like, there's multiple options, and I don't know for sure which one it is, so that's why I'm saying I don't know what the reason is, but I know that if you have never connected to Materia before, it'll tell you that you have to do that first. Hey, Warcraft Traveler, hope you're doing well. Right, we should probably start with a leveling roulette. I'll wait a moment in case people are, you know, coming over. I'll wait a little bit, but that is where we're starting. Yeah, I'll give it a few minutes because there were some people over on Alpha that were just there, and it might take like varying amounts of time to actually get here. So just to make sure people have a chance to actually make it before we go and do stuff, I wait. And then we'll do as we usually do, where I will say what we're doing, and then you can come over to me if you want to join, and then I'll try to make sure that if we have a lot of people, that everyone gets a turn. Warcraft Traveler says, I'm going to do the loop room for the first time. Oh, nice. I hope it goes well. The gongs of the ninja. It'll be very interesting to see how difficult it'll be to play on a higher latency. Because I have not actually played on a consistently high. I have never played Final Fantasy XIV on a consistently high latency, so it'll probably get really awkward. We'll see. I mean, Smol Kai has the space. If you want Smol Kai on your friends list, of course. You should do a savage raid to test your latency. Something nice and easy to get things started. Oh boy. Right, so we will be doing leveling roulette. Limited leveling roulette. If you would like to come along, come over to me. Then I'll try and make sure that... See Emia's coming in from the distance. Emia, who's now cat girl. Do you want to come along for leveling roulette, Emia, or are you intentionally standing over there because you don't? How's machinist on OC? You will have a hard time if you have like the latency that I have at least. Can unfortunately only bring 3 at a time, but as usual, I'll, you know, be cycling. If there's a lot of people that want to go, then we'll do multiple different roulettes. Does this work? This is the EU, but on a higher latency group. So the big tip here, if there's anyone else in the group who's not used to playing on a higher latency, is take less risks. Are you going to do Frontline as well? We can try. We can try. I have heard that PvP might be harder to get into on OCE, but we can try. In hindsight, it might have made more sense to start on Alpha, doing Frontline and then coming over, so that we don't have to PvP on a really bad latency. But we can also try Frontline here. Worst that can happen is that we don't do well. The hardest rotation ever made. Mash 4. What was that about less risk? Well, you didn't pull the boss with all that. Yeah, machinist is one of the jobs that we specifically have talked about, in that it is very hard if you can't, like, if you have a high enough latency that double weaving is unavailable to you, then single weaving is unavailable to you during your hypercharge. And I mean, you kind of need that. Like, you kind of need that. So it's going to get really, really awkward. Like, at best, it'll be super awkward. Felix is probably not on Materia. Dead Owls here for the front line. Well, who knows? Maybe there's an army of Voyagers queuing for PvP for no particular reason. If we can't make it pop, then we might also just not do Frontline, or just go home and do that later. But we'll see. There's no reason to take like take the potential problems ahead of schedule. Exactly, Aerodel. Exactly. It's extra weird because it's like Europeans that you know kinda like they're in the evening of their Saturday, and the Americans like in the afternoon. Exactly, Sav. Take less risks, gets the dungeon with a lot of risk opportunities. Also pulls the dungeon relatively normally. Like when you really think about it. Oh yeah, and also the Japanese. We just all meet here to duke it out. So far, the thing that is tripping me up the most is obviously that my attacks have a massive that there's a much bigger delay between my actions responding. But given that I have been, for the most part, actively making a point of not even trying to double weave, it's not too bad. This would be a much bigger problem if I had more OGCDs. Yeah. Yeah, exactly, Cyanide. If your latency is like my latency is around 300 ms over here, I don't recommend even trying to double weave if you have 300 ms. Like it'll never work. Like unless you're like a monk using 6-sided star, it just won't work. How to get those roll colors? I have a guide on that. I can let's see. I remember where it is. Display name settings, general. Just chaos all around me while I'm looking at UI settings. Proceeds to operate. Well, at least my menu doesn't have latency. Good that you aren't leveling White Mage while getting asked. Why specifically White Mage? No! The awkward delay of straight shot becoming available super late at the GCD. Derp. Wow, such rotation. One. More one. Are you going to leave, Iskibid? Are we just hanging out? I don't want to use my raging strikes if you're just going to leave. Are you staying? That's what I thought. Oops. Apparently I moved 1 second too late and I'm lagging. Jeff says, what's your approach to songs at lower levels? Yeah, what I do at lower levels is I try to make sure that the Mage's Ballad lines up with Raging Strikes. But beyond that, it's just use them like one at a time as they're available. Because you have that like space with no song, it's fine if you have like 15 or something seconds where you have no song. You just use Army's Paean when it's available, and then you use Mage's Ballad with Raging Strikes and everything. It should work out mostly. The video I linked is the one where I did the where I talked about, for example, the colored names. Hey Matsuro, hope you're doing well. Cyanide says, I can double weave, but it's very inconsistent, so I'm just not gonna do it here. I think that's also my feeling, because I specifically tried to double weave right there at the end of that fight, and it just felt like didn't quite work. Like, it kind of clipped. Like, that's the thing, is when you have a higher latency at that, maybe sometimes you get, like, sent the message on time. And maybe sometimes you don't. So it's just better to do what you can do consistently. It only leaves when you're about to use your limit break. Ah yes, that is how it works. And hey Giraheen, hope you're doing well as well. Right. Should we try and see if we can get Frontline to pop? Like, we'll give it a few minutes. If it doesn't pop, we'll figure out something else. And after we've done that, I'll then do my job quest. Because apparently we have Reign of Death waiting. Right. I'll go over here. If you want to come along for Frontline, come on over to me. If we have enough people, we'll make multiple groups, as we usually do. I'll just do this so that we can regroup. Right, so we have group 1. It looks like we have at least enough people for group 2. Yeah, that's also true, Ham. If it's kind of quiet today in Frontline, then we can much more easily make sure we land in the same match. I think they're making a group 2 there. Do we have... Are we just barely people short for... Like, do we just have one person who also wants to come along that doesn't have anyone? Ardell Gazel, do you not want to do PvP? If you don't want to, that's okay. It's just, if you're hanging out over there, maybe you want to make another group. You're in a party. Whose character is F dot? Who F dot? It's Fat Man. Okay, if you also want to join, I think Ardell and Gazel has made a group 3. If you go over to them over there in the distance. And then we have 3 groups. That is a lot more than we normally have. Now the question is whether we can get the queue to pop. Do you have are all 3 groups ready? Ah, yes. The almost 1 second delay when you send a ready check. Hey, Canticle. Hope you're doing well. Alright, all groups are ready. In that case, I will try and queue when it says 6. You change your HUD for PvP? Yes. Put limit break right there. So what I change when I'm getting ready for PvP is I move specifically limit break down here. There's also some buffs that I sometimes move down. That's more for crystalline conflict. I change the auto targeting priorities a little bit, and I lock the map so that I can have the map showing throughout the entire fight. Well, that's not a good sign. I think we'll give it 5 minutes. Well then. Well, Feeler did warn us. But yeah, if it looks like that, then we're definitely... Like, if a match pops, it probably pops for all of us. Can't imagine anything else. The thing is, if it says more than 30 minutes, then it basically, as far as I understand, it kind of means that Frontline has not popped in the past 30 minutes, at least. Like, it kind of means that the duty finder is like, I don't know. What is this, a near raid? I mean, the reason why I move the limit break gauge down like here in PvP is because in PvP, your actual, like, job gauges don't matter. Like, this one is meaningless. But the limit break essentially replaces your job gauge in PvP as a result. So it makes sense to put it down here. And because you don't need your job gauges, if you normally have your job gauges here, then those are gone once the match starts. The reason why I move buffs and such on my main in this particular case, my PvP setup on my main has buffs and debuffs down here as well. The reason for that is that when you enter crystalline conflict match, especially, you can't see your buffs if they're up there. You just can't see them. Like, they're blocked by a UI element. it's not so bad. The worst case here is that either we will just have to go like closer to the, like a little earlier than originally planned. We might want to go back to alpha, then do a frontline match, and then like finish up. If we can't get a PvP match going here, like it makes sense, as some people said, it's like 4 in OCE, and let's be real here. Who is going to Materia to queue for frontline? Who would do that? And because the people that actually live there, yeah, exactly, us. we exactly, that's why. Like if only we had brought 72 players. That's the mistake. I should have just brought more people. That's way smarter. We should have just like, why did I only bring like 11 people? Should have brought 72. Or just have like a private frontline match because no one else is queuing. That's actually a pretty interesting idea. You could have nearly full, like pseudo full pre-mates in frontline if you had brought all of the players necessary for a frontline match. There might be a few players queuing separately, but you would be able to like fill out most of it with just your own people if no one's queuing. And then you just like get randomly paired up. But could you imagine the insane chaos of a match where every 4-man set is like a strategy. Like every 4-man is like, you know, the Dark Knight, 2 Dragoons and an Astrologian and things like that. Every single set. And then you have 72 of those. Of those players. Like every single, like actually that strategy might not be so great if everyone's using it. You just see the Dragoons coming in with their limit breaks, and there's just no one there because the winner is the one who clicked limit break last. Every 4-man tries to hunt down Kai. It just becomes, instead of actually being about whatever frontline we're actually playing, it's just one team who's just running around trying to protect me, and the 2 other teams just hunting. Now that would be weird. Also, hey Lexi, hope you're doing well. Yeah, exactly, Themis. In Frontline, your limit break is basically like a cooldown that just starts on cooldown instead of you know, being ready immediately. That's essentially what it is. But it makes sense that they make it like that because most regular actions in PvP have like at most 30-second cooldowns. Oh, my game crashed. Well, been a bit for that. Fantasy 14 says, no frontline for you. Indeed. Thank you, Canticle. I mean, we had... I think actually what happened is that the game went, you had your 5 minutes. Move on. I think we had been in queue for like 6 minutes. Right, you should probably exit queue. I don't think this is happening. Well, it was not exactly that I meant, Themis. In PvP, actions are just totally different. So... It isn't really it isn't really easy to compare. Like, for example, you have Apex Arrow and Blast Arrow on a bard, but both of those attacks are actually party buffs in PvP. So like they're completely functionally different. Also, hey Gleaming, hope you're doing well. In that case, I guess I'm doing my job quest instead. No PvP for us. I can't invite people. Fila, you acquired the leadership. But yeah, basically in PvP you get a completely new toolkit, and among those things, they change entirely how your toolkit works. But sometimes, like, things carry over. Like, for Paladin you have Holy Sheltron, but it works different. Oh. Well, I don't have space for everyone already. But I have written down who was in my group if they want to do like the leveling duty that we will have to do instead. But there's no reason why I can't invite as many people as I can fit while we're just hanging out. I think I invited Orion as well. PvE, and you'll like. Actually, I prefer PvE personally. So that doesn't matter to me. But Frontline is good XP. I tried to invite both of you. Yeah. You declined, fair enough. And I'm on my way out the wrong entrance. It's big brain time. Is there a way to make an alliance in open world? Kind of. If you open a party finder for specific alliance raid, then you can make an alliance, but I'm pretty sure you can't, like, that it isn't really going to work super well, I don't think. But you could possibly do that. I mean, that could work. We just have like a private party finder alliance raid open to like have people like join and exit. I'm using it for one really big. Yeah, you could do that. We actually have like set up like a chaos and a light cross-world link shell kind of for that. Doesn't it put you in a cross-world party? Perhaps. Welcome back, Caetsu. But by your tranquil countenance, it is plain that both your body and soul are in readiness for the next stage of your journey. Didn't he talk? Oh yes, indeed, the vainglorious fool. I was just thinking. Very well, the time is ripe that I teach you the ballad of the vainglorious fool. Is this what is going to teach me Reign of Death? The song tells the tale of an archer of the gods' quiver whose peerless skill was surpassed only by his hubris. Alas, that hubris led to the annihilation of his entire regiment at the battle which has come to be called the Massacre of Griffin Crossing. Standing guard in dead of night, an archer wearing off the sight. drunk on pride and starved of glory, forsook his post to claim victory. 10 score yalms had the archer crept, when shrieks rang out when his comrades slept. For he was not there to see the knives, nor to ring the bell and save friends' lives. Tell me, Caetsu, what lessons can be learned from this tale? Don't leave your post if your objective is to stand guard, idiot. That's the lesson. Thank you, Emiya. Ah, but hold that thought. What your tongue claims to understand interests me not. As before, I'd sooner have you demonstrate the fruits of your learning with bow in hand. This time, however, you shall have the pleasure of my company. I would have you escort me to the Gilmora ruins in the North Shroud. It is there that some few fallen from the massacre of Griffin Crossing have been laid to rest. Pray honor this place of remembrance with a bouquet of lilies. Heed me, O Pusan Ulthik. Cast thee back the reins to the firmament, that we might gaze upon the battles of yore. Ulthik, you say? I think it would put you in a cross-world party if you made like a big alliance through Party Finder. I think it does something like that. Are you friends with Ryanje, perhaps? I did that thing where I load up to fly and then go, oh right, where am I actually going? Crossworld link shells for hunts exclusively for voyagers. That is interesting. I suppose that is an interesting solution because when they finish up on this testing phase, what happens? Do you then just have like half of Crossworld link shells that are just dead now and things like that? So just putting all of the voyagers in dedicated ones would make sense. The Maya lilies. Bouquets such as these are oft used as offerings to the dead. Oh boy, am I going to get hit? No, I'm not. Boink. Hey, Genzel! Did you see the chaos right over there? Quite wild, isn't it? Oh, it's gone now. The enemy van? What? No, I cannot. Why? Why do I still draw breath? Is this when we discover that Jahantel is actually the vainglorious fool? That a sin of the past would beget another. Forgive me, Caetsu. Whoop, 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 whoop. Hey, you know, Gentle, it would have been really nice if you had taught me, like, I don't know, like Reign of Death or something. It would have been really neat. If only I had that, it would have been really convenient. Bruh. But that was really neat. It actually used a slow that I can remove. That's kind of nice. Although normally in this level range you wouldn't, like, originally you wouldn't have had Warden's Paean. You can double weave when slowed. Aha. See, what I did is I actually intentionally waited so that, like, the slow would end. As you have doubtless noticed, I am no longer capable of wielding a bow. I, whom they call the God's Bow. I had hoped that the years would take the edge off the memories, but I hoped in vain. Absolution does not come so easily. Heed me well, Caetsu, for I shall reveal all to you. The man sung of in the ballad of the vainglorious fool, whose hubris doomed an entire regiment. He and I are one and the same. Dun dun dun! Your bow's clipping. Being no stranger to the bow, you will know that the archer's role in battle is that of support. His charge is to thin out the enemy line, that his comrades might gain ground in the field of battle. By that most basic of criteria, I was unfit to hold a bow from the first. It's a main DPS. In my pride and lust for glory, I sent countless souls to a bloody grave, good men and women all, with loved ones and bright futures awaiting them, and lost the will to live that day, becoming an empty husk of a man, tormented in sleep and wakefulness both by the memories of my crime. But the gods went not without mercy. Were not without mercy. They gifted me with song, that I might find a measure of solace in my wretched existence. Oh boy, my lunch is activated. A new melody resounds within you, I see, though this outing was rather far departed from what I had in mind. That it still bore fruit gives me comfort. On that note, let us conclude the lesson. I dare say I have no cause to worry that you will repeat the selfsame mistake as the vainglorious fool. Caetsu, I would be alone for a while. Take yourself back to camp. I shall make my own way there presently. Back to Quarry Mill we go. Poof. Are you sad? Just sing about it, bro. Sing your cares away. I mean, it could have been worse, Silvermint. They could have been like, are you sad? Just don't be, Lamau. Just don't be sad. Have you tried not being sad? Well, Themis, the thing is that standard finish is very, what's a good word for that? Misleading in its power. Watch this. This is the tooltip for standard finish, right? It does an amazing 720 potency to one enemy. And does 75% less to the rest. So it actually only, like, it's an AoE that does 180 potency. And then on one person it does 720, which is still insane for single target at level 15. But 180 potency is actually not that, not insane when it has a 30-second cooldown, even at that level. As we talked about recently, Machinist has Spread Shot, which is 140 every GCD at level 18. That is the reason why Machinist is slightly stronger on AoE than Dancer in that level range. Because Machinist just spams 140, whereas Dancer relies on standard finishes buff to just get close to that. You know, Bluebird that improves this method. And right, a Bluebird Entelechy. Indeed. Have you tried not being sad? Just don't have feelings. That's also true, Gazel. Not only does standard finish require 2 GCDs worth of time to actually be cast, so it's closer to half of the potency listed, but then also the AoE potency is kinda way less than what you'd think, because what people usually see is the 720, and then they don't see, like, in the inline of the long paragraph going 75% less to secondary targets. But yeah, on 2 GCDs it's more like 90 potency per GCD, which suddenly it kind of sucks, right? 3 GCDs if you're using it on OCE. Depends on how bad your latency is, but yeah, I get what you mean. I'm glad to see that you safely returned, though I rasped my voice hoarse through the saying of it. I cannot tell you enough times how much I regret dragging you into such danger. And yet, there's more I would ask of you. If you would do me the kindness of lending your ear, then pray speak now. Oh yeah, we get the job gear now, right? How about some more job quests? You will listen to my request, though you know me for the vainglorious fool I am humbled. The boon I ask of you is simple. I would have you sing for me. Will you sing with your Hantel? Yes, sure. And then we skip to the part where you finished singing. A heartfelt performance, masterfully delivered. You've come far in such a short time, my young apprentice. Hearing your song this day, I'm convinced that you are well on your way to surpassing me, as bard and archer both. Soon there will be naught left for me to impart to you. Caetsu, you have proven yourself worthy of the consecrated garments worn by the true bards of old to honor the keeper. I speak of the Call attire. The attire was entrusted to me when Puknapoki and I first met, deep within the Twelvewood. The Moogle and I had traded scarce more than a handful of words when he proffered to me the attire along with the soul of the bard. At that time, I knew not the true power of song, and so declined the gifts, but Puknapoki would not be denied. For all his good humor, the Moogle can be as unmoving as a rock. The attire chooses the wearer, not the other way around, he insisted, and I felt myself yielding to his will. In mastering the verses of war, I won acclaim beyond my wildest dreams upon the field of battle, and for a time, I was well pleased. Alas, my lust for glory knew no bounds, the consequence of which you are already aware. It was in the wake of the massacre of Griffin Crossing. Stricken with guilt, I wanted naught more than the earth to open up to swallow me whole. I had lost the will to live, but I was too craven to end it myself, and so I took to wandering aimlessly in search of a place to die, far away from the judging eyes of men. Disillusioned with the power of song, I committed an act of folly. I scattered the choral attire across the realm. If truly the attire chooses its wearer, I challenged, then let it find its way back to me. Determined that I would not be proven wrong, I went to great pains to ensure that the attire would never again see the light of day, and pieces now rest in places of peril. Being the proud fool that I was, it never crossed my mind that mayhap another was meant to don it. I would entrust the choral attire to you, Caetsu, but as you can see, you must needs brave the dangers to claim it. I shall mark its whereabouts on your map, but I can afford you no further aid beyond that. I also have like a laundry machine, and you'll be happy to know that it is woolen, so if we just wash it real quick, it'll fit you just right, even though it was meant to fit me. I am deeply sorry that my folly of years past has entailed this burden upon you, but Althig works in mysterious ways. In his wisdom, it may be that he has sent this trial to test your spirit. I mean not for my sentiments to encumber you, but I am convinced that you are the one chosen by the choral attire. But pray do not take that as license for complacency. Trials wouldn't be called such if they failed to tax one's ability. Stay upon your toes, Caetsu. I would have you return whole of body, and bearing the 4 parts of my sundered raiment. Only 4. Heed me, O puissant Althig. Reverse thee the seasons turning, that we might gaze upon the battles of yore. Hey, hope you're doing well. Thank you so much for the pink super chat. That's incredible. Thank you so much, Eepy. Well, I hope you have a good sleep if you're on your way to bed then. Thank you. Now, I will not mount up. I will first check if there's anything here. There is something here. We can mount up here. Thank you so much for the 5 gifted memberships, Ymir. Thank you so much. That's crazy. Thank you, both of you. I really appreciate it. Let me see. Ham said something. When I first unlocked... War of Light sings so good that we mere people would not be able to handle it. When I first unlocked Dancer, I did the math wrong because I read the tooltips, but did not consider that the steps have a reduced GCD, so I thought standard step was, aside from the buff, a DPS loss. You know what? That also makes sense. It's pretty funny that you can actually math it wrong in both directions. So what Ham means by that, for anyone who's like, what? If the steps themselves are regular GCDs, then to use standard finish, you would have to use standard step, which does nothing and is a GCD, 2 steps, which are both GCDs. And then standard finish, which is also GCD, which would mean it would take 10 seconds and not 5. Which would be, well, not good. 720 potency for 10 seconds? 4G, like it's really bad. Hawthorne. It's a little early for the slippery floor segment. I mean... Yazel says, when I first unlocked Dancer, my brain went, big damage, I have to use it on cooldown. And that is actually pretty good. And that is exactly the way most people kind of looked at it, right? Is big damage, better use it on cooldown. Which Which is fine. Like, that alone isn't wrong. Wait, did I miss someone? I don't know if I did. Guess I did. Well, you have a car, right? Are we good? But it's exactly both technical finish and standard finish has this problem in that people either significantly undervalue it or significantly overvalue it. Hilariously, what I most often see is people severely overvaluing technical finish. I have a video that's coming out soon where I actually mention this. I have talked about this like before, but what happens when someone is... Oh, you just get to stay in the magic school. I was wondering if Aradel would just get yeeted. But the problem is that because players evaluate that technical finish is your strongest attack, they sometimes use devilment. For technical finish. People are leaving. What do I do now? Oh, Ymir has to go. Well, thank you for coming by, Ymir, and thank you for the generosity as always. What's closer? How expensive are you? How expensive are you? Alright, we do this one. Wait. Nice name. You know, Silvermint, could you imagine? It wouldn't be that big of a deal to miss public transport if you could just go, ah, shucks, I missed the school bus. Well, guess I missed the big bus. Guess I'll just have to bring my own. And you just go, whoop. And you just like have like an inflatable car that just goes vroom. There's a whole car and you just hop in and drive yourself. Like, what's the point of the bus then? Wait. Apparently this is also Wolfstein Pierre music. I missed the school bus. Guess I'll fly to school with my 20-foot dragon. Yep. Yep. Ymir says, I didn't even read the tooltip, so I only used it, standard finish, when the buff ran out. And see, the interesting thing with standard finish is that if you want to use it on cooldown, yes. Like, you want to use it on cooldown. You guys read your tooltips? You want to use it on cooldown, but if you use standard finish or standard step exactly on cooldown, but you have skill speed, then you might not actually want to do that. The key here is might not. Basically, if you have, a little bit of skill speed, like if you have around 245 GCD, then if you click standard step, and then let's assume you don't have a lot of latency just for the sake of this example, but if you click standard step when it, you know, like the cooldown is just about to flip around, it'll be ready shortly after your next GCD. What's going to happen is that you will like queue it up and then you will clip your GCD to use standard step. That doesn't sound like a problem initially, but let me put it like this. If you have a GCD of 245 and every 30 seconds you clip your GCD for the entire remaining cooldown of standard step, then you're actually playing your denser as if your GCD was 2.5 and not 245, because all those 0.05 seconds you've saved over those 30 seconds are actually accumulated as the remaining cooldown of standard step when, like, it becomes ready. Which means if you have more than, like, basically no skill speed, it is often actually a good idea to, like, delay your standard step by 1 GCD each cycle. Gazel says there was a tier that people optimized dance by having a 247 GCD and only using 3 standard steps every 2 minutes. That's actually a really good example of that. The thing is, if you delay your standard step by 1 GCD every 30 seconds, you're losing, like, let's see, essentially you're extending the cooldown of standard step by 1/12, which already isn't a lot, but it does mean that you're losing, like, a little bit of standard step. But you have to do this a bunch of times before it actually leads to you losing a standard step, standard finish use over the course of a fight. Ogni says, and usually you don't use standard finish during technical, besides in the opener when you don't have any procs to use. And yeah, exactly. I mean, if you get standard step available during your burst, that can happen, then it might be good. But indeed, standard finish isn't, like, the absolute highest priority. So you have returned, sound of body and mind, I trust, and you bear the 4 parts of the choral attire. I knew you for the true owner of these garments ere I heard your song. Since the day we met, your determination has reminded me of much that I have lost, and would have again. I have at last settled my heart on a matter that has plagued me for some decades. When my preparations are complete, you shall know of my decision. Until then, may your song lift the spirits of your allies, and your arrows seek the hearts of your foes. Hey! Wait, what? Oh, this is Disciple of War gear. So for some reason it has way more defense. What? A Realm Reborn, everyone. May I present to you a Realm Reborn. For when you want a bard tank. Yeah, exactly. And the next quest is 50, yeah? Yep. It is quite funny that they do that. But it makes sense, like, from an RPG standpoint, that, well, no one said you couldn't wear that, right? You could wear the slightly heavier armor, but this armor is better for a bard. Yeah, take your time, officer. I feel like I remember there was another bow to be had here. Do I remember wrong? There it is. It is really the thing from my perspective that makes the thing is, there's nothing wrong with AR armor as it is. The thing that makes it really funny in this way is specifically that because the stat systems and options are more complex, you could say, in A Realm Reborn. We have this weird situation where in A Realm Reborn, new players have to watch out for all these weird oddities. But as they get further and further in the game, it's like, oh yeah, they don't do that anymore. Oh, they decided to discontinue this particular feature. Oh, you can't do that anymore. Like, from A Realm Reborn to Heavensward, I'm pretty sure that there are shields with varying amounts of block rate and strength or something if they haven't fixed that. Can't remember if they did. And in the same way, you see direct hit on tank and healer gear. And then after Heavensward, it's just, nope, no more of that. Weird attack timers on weapons, which actually make a difference for Paladin. And then as you get to higher level, they just disappear. Because, no, we kind of don't want to do that. Right then. So, next we will do level 45. We can do Smol Darkhold. The three that were in my party earlier for Frontline was Themis, Malena, and Fila. You still want to do do you want to do Smol Darkhold? Because then, like, that was the group. Like, if you want to join for Smol Darkhold, come on over to me so I can see who wants to come. At the very least. Does that mean yes or no? Themis says, was the game a different game pre-SB? I'm guessing you mean pre-Stormblood? Kind of. The Stormblood specifically added a lot of things to the game. The most particular one of them all... Hey Zach, hope you're doing well. The most particular of them all that I'm sure most of you can recognize. Two things. One, before Stormblood, there was hit chance. And you might be wondering how you did that. The reason why tank and healer gear has direct hit on it in A Realm Reborn and Heavensward is specifically because in A Realm Reborn and Heavensward, that was hit chance. So you needed hit chance to be able to hit the boss reliably. So when they removed that, they just replaced it with direct hit. The second thing, and this might shock a lot more players, job gauges were added in Stormblood. Job gauges were added in Stormblood. Consider that for a moment. Before Stormblood, Black Mages just had a buff called Umbral Ice and Astral Fire. All of them supplement. Job gauges as a feature was added in Stormblood. Don't you love it when you could manage your cards on Astrologian with only your buffs? Exactly, Themis. Hit chance, aka accuracy, was removed with Stormblood, and job gauges were added in Stormblood. I think Stormblood was also the one where they made it so that piety was no longer an attribute, but rather a stat healers could stack. Specifically. Well, it is worth keeping in mind, Silvermint, that you, of course, got the job gauge at level 1 in Stormblood. It's just that they made the feature there. Right, so just to reiterate for anyone who came in like a bit ago, we were trying to do Frontline, and the group I had was Themis, Malena, and Fila, and Frontline didn't pop. So now we're doing a dungeon instead. That's why they get first dibs this time around. Also, hey Bronto, hope you're doing well. But yeah, when you say when you ask, like, was the game completely different before Stormblood? It's like, it wouldn't be. I don't think it would be wrong. I don't think it would be wrong to say that it is. Hey Derby, hope you're doing well. Eno says I forgot to answer like 15 minutes ago, but waiting out a suspension for Final Fantasy 14. Oh, what happened? That's unfortunate. I'm sorry to hear that. Also, hey Patrick, hope you're doing well. Better late than never, Derby. What level are we at now? 45. Ham says, weirdly enough, Etherflow is also still a buff. Actually, there's a story there. When they added gauges to the game, they actually, I heard the story that they actually removed Etherflow as a buff, and then the scholars and summoners were like, we actually liked it as a buff. Can we have that back? And then they added it back, which is the reason why you have this superfluous buff that you didn't need. It's funny because if I had a nickel for every time that scholars were like lost something that they didn't really need and they went, we kind of liked having it, can we have it back? I'd have 2 nickels at least, which isn't a lot, but it's weird that it happened twice. Because the other time was when in Shadowbringers they removed energy drain from scholars. That is the reason why summoners have energy drain as their etherflow generator, and scholars have etherflow as their etherflow generator, is because it wasn't meant to be the case that they both have 2 different kinds of energy drain. But then the scholars were like, it feels kind of awkward to not like to sometimes have etherflow and you can't spend it on anything, which. True, I get it. The reason why Sage doesn't mind is because, like, they generate them 1 at a time. But still, that is the second time that at least the second time that scholars went, can we have that back? After something got removed from them that maybe they didn't really need. And what I mean by they didn't really need is that if Scholar didn't have energy drain in Endwalker, then Broil would probably do more damage. And yeah, Themis, Bulwark also came back. Bulwark was originally removed in Shadowbringers. In Stormblood, Bulwark increased your block chance by 60%. It was actually extra weird because if you had Bulwark, like, on an old hotbar somewhere, you like it obviously reused the same action slot, so like it just lit up again. So like if you had kept the tooltip on your bars for years, it would just start working again. Watch Kaiten return as Samurai's level 92. Raid buff? Well, maybe not raid buff, but it would be pretty funny if they added back in Kaiten as an even higher level action. No longer selfish DPS. I just want to say, everyone, remember Kaiten's tooltip description. Like, what it did was, your next weapon skill does 50% more damage. If they changed that to your next weapon skill or spell does 50% more damage, and then made it a raid buff, now that would be weirdly awkward. %50 more damage. Now the thing is that obviously Samurai was balanced around the fact that you had this effect. And there wasn't exactly a lot of complexity to using it, because you had like a list of things you would use it on. Also, I just got sniped by latency there. The jank there, Giraheen, would be the Samurai uses Kaiten. I sure hope they used Kaiten when everyone else had their best attack ready. Imagine a Yojo Ranryu affected by Kaiten. Yes, exactly. Exactly. Wow, that would be amazing. That was what you meant, Kirin. Sorry, I thought you were talking about, like, what if you had multiple Samurai? Yazel says, if in Dawn Trail they rework Bane into a completely different action and give it back to us, I would be very mad. I mean, it's possible. It could happen. I don't know what they do with it. We're taking your Gaiten, but we like Gaiten. See, the thing is, and I'm pretty sure I talked about this before, especially around when Gaiten was originally removed. A lot of Samurai have said that it's not about I need my 50% boost thing. It's more about that the flavor of doing like that blade flourish before your Yaijutsu. That's what's missing. So, genuinely, there's probably some Samurai mains that would have been satisfied if they had just added Kaiten as an emote. Like, just add a quest to Samurai that gives you the Kaiten animation as an emote exclusive to Samurai. You know how, like, summoners and scholars have a quest they can do and then they get to glamour their pets. Just make a quest that gives Kaiten as like an action that doesn't do anything. Like just an ability you can weave if you like. So like that's really what it's about. Is that it just feels like something's missing. Actions that don't do anything. What do you think this is? WoW? Does WoW have actions that don't do anything? Oh wait, I guess they do. Like things like Eagle Eye or Farsight that don't really do anything. Samurai weaving emotes during world first raises the maximum deep. I mean, if you look cool, you automatically do more damage. That's how the game works, right? I'm pretty sure I've heard somewhere that that's how the game works. Feint. I mean, Feint reduced your threat, which isn't irrelevant. At least it wasn't in Classic. Like if your tank is good enough, then you don't need it. Oh, I didn't even see that the skeletons were alive. I didn't even. They weren't on my screen. I'm pretty sure. I actually remember. I think it was in Legion. A friend of mine who played Outlaw Rogue. And one of the things that made him stand out as a really good player was that he used Feint a lot. The reason why that matters at all is because Feint in Legion reduced the damage you took from AoE by like a huge amount. So like it felt like sometimes like he was just like steel plated and just took no damage because he clicked the button intended to deal with AoE damage. Incredible, I know. And yet, reducing the threat you have became sort of irrelevant as threat became less of a thing. Sorry, I clipped my emote. Sorry. And then they wipe on 0.2% or something. If I had a nickel for every time I've seen someone press MAME, I'd have 2 nickels. MAME was the, that's the Feral Druid finisher, right? That stuns and bleeds. And then there's MAME on a warrior. Oh, Faint. No, I mean, Brontom, you kinda nailed it. Because I'm pretty sure MAME is like a pretty niche attack in PvE in World of Warcraft. It's not a very good stun. It's not a very good dot. I think. Like, it's better than not having a stun. Shoot! Shoot! I'm gonna limit break! That was really weird. I'm not used to there being like a significant delay on the limit break sound. I imagine if we had like a Feral Druid PvPer in chat, they'd be like, actually, MAME is pretty good. It's just in PvE you wouldn't use it. Most of the time, at least. Any upgrades? I'm guessing we didn't. It would be weird if you got any armor upgrades, at least. Is that an upgrade? Not. Kind of? This is the kind of item piece that you glamour over really quickly. Yep, we're still on Ravana. We need a paladin array. Ryan says he usually passed quite high and always joke, well, yeah, there's like 10 of us playing Failed Run. That is actually a really interesting point. This is something I think that World of Warcraft players are a lot more acquainted with than Final Fantasy XIV players. Because there are way more like distinct specializations that can be tracked separately in World of Warcraft. And sometimes there are specializations that are just not popular, or worse, just not good. It isn't completely surprising if you have like a specialization that has basically no passes. So like, yeah, the entire graph is like, yes, there's 10 people playing it. They're all the passes. Which, of course, means that it's a lot easier to pass very high. In Final Fantasy XIV, because all jobs are viable, what we usually have to work with is like, well, this job is less popular than the other ones, so they only have a fourth of the passes of this other job that is super popular. Whereas in World of Warcraft, it can sometimes be how you're supposed to play Survival Hunter? I don't know. I don't know if anyone knows in specific patches. things like that. And because there are there's this much more massive difference, it is a lot more common to realize that this matters, whereas in Final Fantasy XIV it is something you could easily miss. Oscar says, what was the buff mage that kept getting kicked because their RDPS didn't show up for them? That was the new class? Evoker? They had a new specialization, that was the first support specialization in World of Warcraft. And it basically made the rest of your group crazy strong. But it itself did terrible damage, so it got kicked from like dungeon groups and stuff because they weren't doing enough damage. Even though the rest of the group just didn't recognize that. Yeah, I know. Have you noticed you are doing way more damage than usual? And the funniest thing about that is that I heard people actually like recounting that as, oh man, this evoker's terrible. But man, look at me. I'm having a great day. Look at my damage. It's amazing. And then after the evoker's kicked, the damage just goes boom. Back down to normal level, like, I don't know what happened. I thought I was doing great. I wonder why. Silverman says, others use that piece to climb over other pieces really quick. Yeah, but maybe not on the Lalafell. Then says, wasn't Guild Wars 2 the same too? In terms of some straight up better than others? Yes, there are some, like, builds that are just not super viable or not nearly as viable. I think usually what it comes down to in Guild Wars 2 is more that there are some builds that are just extremely good that just make the okay ones look terrible by comparison. Right, well, we didn't actually get far enough to be able to queue for Aurum Vale, so we would have to do Smale Darkhold again. If you want to join me for Smale Darkhold, come on over to me. And if we have, like, depending on how many we have, we might have to, like, regroup. Yeah, if you want to come, then come on over. It's just dead. Hey Traverse, hope you're doing well. Well, we have 3 people that want to join. Did my invites die? Apparently my invites died. Just disappeared again. Says, was pre 6.3 Paladin really that bad? No. No. Not really. People make jokes that Paladin before its rework was absolute mega garbage, but I do remember that we looked it up and found that, yes, Paladin was the weakest of the tanks, but it was by a much smaller margin than what people make it out to be. The problem is that people made a chicken, like 3 chickens out of 1 feather, right? And then that stuck for some reason. I've heard people be like, yeah, Paladin did like 10% less damage than the other tanks. That's not entirely true. Paladin did like 20% less damage than the other tanks. That's absolutely not true. And then this snowball effect just kind of builds and people just don't bother checking. The reason why this kind of happens is because people don't actually check, and the reason why I know that those claims are false is because we actually went and checked, went back into the logs, the log archives, and went, no, Paladin was fine. It's just that Paladin technically did a few % less than the other tanks, and it didn't really bring anything to compensate that mattered. Oscar says misshapen chairs video and people complaining about their jobs was on point. I haven't seen that one, but it wouldn't surprise me. I made a video back then where I talked about the fact that a job can be a good job can be bad, or rather why a good job is bad in certain content. Where I used Red Mage, Machinist, and Paladin as examples. And those examples being like Machinist back then was terrible. If like some of you might not know this, but Machinist has gotten an immense amount of buffs throughout Endwalker. Like Machinist was mega bad earlier in Endwalker compared to the other ranged physical. As in, that is to say, by mega bad I mean just like Paladin was worse than the other tanks by a little bit and didn't bring anything relevant to the table, Machinist was slightly worse than the other ranged physical and didn't bring anything else to the table. Like, Machinist didn't have Dismantle, so like the two other ranged physical had more and better defensive options than Machinist, and they had red buffs. Red Mage has had that thing with, you know, it's a res mage, and then there was Paladin. And Machinist, just to take an example of somewhere where Machinist is actually really good, Machinist is, you know, one of the god tier jobs for deep dungeons. Right? Yeah, exactly, Oscar. Machinist was basically like, it was like competing with Red Mage and Summoner and losing. And we're talking personal DPS there, because Machinist doesn't have any raid buffs, but Summoner and Red Mage do, and they have a res. So like, Machinist had the lowest damage and nothing to show for it. Oh boy. I didn't mean to step out of it. Deep breath, Semis. Keep the people who are alive alive. And Paladin had the same situation of... Paladin actually brought a lot of things to the table that the other tanks didn't. Like, no cover. Better shareable defensive. Intervention is actually really strong. Cover is a unique thing. Passage of Arms is, like, better than the other raid-wide defensive cooldowns that the tanks have. Like, like Paladin brings a lot of defensive tools to the table that the other tanks don't have. Now, why is it that I can say Paladin did less damage than the other tanks and didn't have anything to show for it? Is because bosses were balanced around lowest common denominator. So if a boss required tank defensive cooldowns, it was balanced around making sure that any tank could do it. Right? Any tank had enough defensive cooldowns to do it. And that of course means that, like, being the best at having defensive cooldowns sort of is meaningless if the game is balanced around you not having them at all, so you don't need it. So that was kind of Paladin's weakness. Imagine if they gave Paladin a res and Dawn Trail. That would be funny, and that would be something that Paladins were like would be able to use. Zach says that's why warriors are busted. And that is true, because like if you need a damage reduction defensive cooldown, warrior is like, in terms of like raw damage reduction, warrior is actually not that good, because bloodwetting is like on the weaker side. It of course comes with a barrier, but overall, warrior is more like the I'll heal back up after the fact tank. But that's just free when the game is balanced around all tanks being able to take a hit and surviving it if they use their defensives right. So that means that warrior has less like defensive power, like raw defensive power than the other tanks perhaps, but the game is balanced around the warrior having enough defensive, so the others take less damage, and the warrior just heals fully. Not exactly, that is of course exaggeration, but you get my point. Ow. Versus how's the ping in OZ today? Well, it's still around 300 ms for me. Is that even an upgrade? Not really. Themis mentions pre-nerf Firebrand from Guild Wars 2. Yep, exactly. Firebrand was an example of a specialization in Guild Wars 2 that did just as much damage as the best DPS specializations, but also had some of the best unique raid buffs in the game. Like, they brought like some of the best tools to the table and also did the most damage. Like, that is an example of a broken, like, of something that is broken. To the point where we don't have a comparison in Final Fantasy XIV. Like, do you think something is a little busted in Final Fantasy XIV? Just be happy that you don't have you didn't have pre-nerf Firebrand. Warcraft Traveler says, I wonder what is the purpose of undraw for Astrologian? Is this a remnant from an old version of Astrologian that didn't get a new effect? Back in the day, draw didn't actually start its cooldown before you did something with the card. Now, me saying it like that, of course, implies that you could do more than play the card, right? Like, there were options, which is true. Back in the day, you could play the card, ding ding. You could also spread the card, which meant that you saved it for later. Like, you used a different button to move the card over to your spread, which, like, just imagine you put the card over in your other hand. And you could use Royal Road, which spent the card to make your next card do something more. You could also use, I believe it was still called Minor Arcana then. There, you turned the card into Lady or Lord of Crowns, which was a single target damage or healing ability. Like, basically a single target version of what it is today. But the key here is that you could choose to do other things with the card, and because the cooldown didn't actually start before you actually played the card you had, or did something with the card you had, I guess maybe there was a reason to undraw. Now, the problem there, which means that undraw has never been useful, is your card was still a buff back then, which meant you could just click the buff off back then. So, the reason why undraw is worthless now is because, first of all, you don't want to not play any cards. And second of all, you can just right-click your card buff to remove it if you don't want the card for some reason. Whatever reason you can come up with, you could just remove it without using an OGCD. So I don't know. I don't know. I think it's like a flavor thing at this point. Warcraft Traveler. But that is actually an interesting point. We were talking about having actions that do nothing. Turns out we have one. There was also the time where we had... there was also sleeve draw, yes. Speaking of all those things you could do with your cards, in Stormblood, sleeve draw, I can't remember, I think it was a 3-minute cooldown actually. But what sleeve draw did was it basically prepared your entire card system, like from the beginning. Like, it drew your card, put it in your spread, drew another card, used Royal Road on it, drew another card, and used Minor Arcana on it, if I remember correctly. And then drew another card. So it just went, and then you just had a full hand, right? The problem there is, of course, the randomness inherent in it, because if you use Royal Road randomly, then it means that you don't know what you're getting. I remember there was also a point where Sleeve Draw just made it so that you could use Draw. I think there was a time where it allowed you to use Draw without incurring the cooldown, like 3 times in a row, which of course gave you the control to choose which thing you spread and which thing you Royal Roaded and things like that. Not 100% sure on that one, but I do remember that there was a time where Sleeve Draw just basically went blap and just did everything. By the way, remember from Final Fantasy XIV Mythbusters, these particular terminals only count up to 2 players. So we just need 2 to stand in it. At least 1 to keep the timer ticking, because it resets otherwise. Jurien says, I mean, it would be weird. It would be weird. It would be a bit odd if there was just a class from an entirely different game in the game. True. My point was more that Firebrand had the way I described Paladin before, where it was like it brings some unique defensive options to the table that the other tanks don't have. But the reason why that was meaningless was because people didn't need those cooldowns, so it didn't matter that Paladin had some unique cooldowns that were kind of good if you didn't need them. Firebrand had that kind of quality to it, where it had unique defensive options that other, classes didn't have. On top of that, Firebrand had access to some of the best buffs in the game, so imagine they also have Devilment and Technical Finish, just on top. And then they also did the most damage. Like, not maybe the most, but like, they were in the top. And also just had everything else. Like, just imagine you had Dancer, except it has like Paladin level, unique and good defensive cooldowns. And also it's the top DPS while we're at it. You just combine Paladin, Black Mage, and Dancer. Very balanced. Ow. As a Dancer main, I fail to see the problem. That sounds great. Could we have that? Pew! Yeah! Uh-oh. There's a Mikoto voice that sounds like a high-pitched Lala one. Is there one of those? Because I have seen some Mikote girls in like Limsa who sound so much like a Lalafell that I'm like, are they using a mod to access Lalafell voices or something? That is pretty funny. Kraken Moses, so like the all-rounder let me cast cover cure 2 into fire 4 moment, but for play, yeah, exactly, basically Grahatia, but as a player character, exactly. I should have not done that. I had Raging Strikes ticking. Yeah, they might just be extremely similar, which causes this effect. Oh, wow, we didn't even gain 1 level from that. Oof. I think to avoid just spamming Smol Darkhold again, we might want to do some hunting log. We have a bunch of those. I think we can level up with these. Hey Adam, hope you're doing well. Yeah, basically that, Kraken Mo. It wasn't exactly like that, but because Guild Wars 2 has more of this, like, perspective of not enforcing the holy trinity of tank, healer, DPS, professions, as they're called there, are often allowed to do a lot of things at once, and it isn't uncommon to have, like, dedicated buffers and stuff that, like, just maintain certain buffs. While then being excused to do less damage because they're focusing on buffing people instead of doing maximum damage. But that, of course, causes some problems if you have a profession that can be a DPS and a buffer and also help with healing a bit while they're at it. And I mean, they could take a punch. Firebrand is basically Paladin. Like, they're called Guardian. They're like their root profession. So they would probably have, like, they would have the ability to have some good defensive options if they needed it. Erdal says, people are always surprised because my voice can be used by Mikota as well. Oh, maybe that's the explanation, that there are voices that just overlap. Oh, Maki. Who this? Did we get any upgrades? I don't think we did. Oh man, shopping really takes a while in this game when you have to wait a second for the NPC to go, oh right, someone's talking to me. Feel like they're acting like they can't see me. Oh, it's you, Kraken Mo. I see. It is really confusing me that I see gear that I could absolutely wear that has more defense than what I'm wearing, but I know that it's not an upgrade. They've worked retail for too long. Now I'm just imagining, like, you know, at the cash register, like, beep. I just made a longbow. We have like 3,000 of those. Beep. I just made a spear. One more. Sure, why not? Beep. Yep, that is correct, Ross. That is exactly the reason why I was like, I think I'll go and do some hunting log so that we can get to Aurum Vale instead of just doing Smol Darkhold 3 times. It would also be nice if you could batch trade. Yeah, like you could just like check mark and just say all of these and just trade. Ironically, I think that would actually make it less likely that you accidentally trade an item you didn't mean to trade. Aurum is 47, yes. See, Opalanosea. Well, actually, let's check the Shroud ones first. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Which of the Shrouds is closest? The central shroud, which ones were central? There's one. A toadstool. Oh right, I could have invited some people. Sorry. It's a little difficult when I see that there's like so many people that I can't actually bring everyone. So I'm like, who should I invite first? And some people might be AFK. And some people might not want to run around. It also occurred to me that running around and doing these, I should actually not be in a party with people because then I lose XP. We can do this since we're here anyway. There's also probably not a lot of XP that is going to be that is being lost as a result. Toadstool? Kill 5 toadstools. For a second I was about to say, kill 5 toadstools. There are 4 in the zone. It's the classic zebra hoofs from the Barons, am I right? Refresh your food buff. Thank you. Kill balls for their tusks. Yeah, those kind of... The best ones are like, collect 8 Murloc heads. 50 Murlocs later. Why are some of these Murloc heads not good enough for you? What's happening here? South, we have one there. One there. Thank you, Darth. I remember we did this back with, I believe, Black Mage? Ages ago, so I just completely forgotten. That was an option. Only the entire boar population has cavities and lost their teeth before you even get to them. Exactly. Exactly. Yeah, back when we leveled Black Mage on Smol Caetsu, I went out of my way to do things like the hunting log before I started doing like spamming dungeons. Specifically because while, yes, I could, you know, queue for, like, I could just spam duties ad nauseum because I had like a pre-made. I felt that it made sense to just don't even know where I'm going. Overgrown Offering and Red Belly Sharp Eye. They're both in upper paths. I am in upper paths. Is this upper paths? Is this upper paths? I'm a little confused. But because of that, I went out of my way to do like other daily tasks that I have recommended myself. Like, if you check my leveling guide, I basically went through that list, and instead of doing it while I was queuing, I did the things that you should be doing while you were queuing before I started queuing. So that, like, to demonstrate how, like, a day could look, you could say. But after Black Mage, we've just gone, well, we've done it once. Let's just level quickly. Voyagers have saved materia duty fine. That's good. For now, at least. But the reason I'm saying it like this is because, of course, if you're streaming it, it's never going to be, like, entirely fair of a comparison. So that's why I, like, went out of my way to, like, you know, eat your greens before, like, first. Start with that. Is there only one place where those red belly shabai spawn, or do they also spawn, like, in other ends of the zone? I'm a little confused. Well, we found the overgrown offerings. While distinctly not looking for overgrown offerings. And I should mention, like, by what I mean by saying that it can be difficult to make, like, a realistic duty queue if you're streaming, is both because, I mean, I can have a pre-made, and it's more fun if you can bring people. But even if I didn't, I could, you know, queue for specific dungeon, and then people could just go, oh, well, I'll just queue for the same dungeon. So, like, there's, like, not any real point in trying to, like, set it up, because it's not going to be real in the same way, which is why I was, like, demonstrating each step. Wow, those are big antelopes! Wow! Why? They've just refilled this outpost, and I'm just like, I'm back! That look out there. If I just act like they can't, like I haven't seen them. Ugh. Ah. Let's see, Umaki says red belly shabais are in the Fort Fate and a few in Fort Fate and a few in Taker's Rod north of Earth's Found. That sounds possible. Oh boy, my first day on the job. I sure hope no adventurers comes a-knocking. Not only one adventurer, but like an actual hunting party, a balanced light party, ready to rock. Curl claws are here. Strange. Would there be red bellies in this side of the forest, or are all the red bellies in the other side? I think we found the Several Hooves quest, everyone. Kill 5 red belly sharp eyes. Where do we find them? Well, there's 2 of them. You Island. There exist 2 of them. You'll just have to wait for them to, like, refill their ranks. Are you serious? Did I stutter? And the lookout is back. It is quite funny with these Shroud mobs is that the archers use, I think it's called Eagle Eye, which is a buff that, you know, archers used to have. Is it possible, Darth? Like, let's see, Omaki in-game here mentioned that there's a fate that spawns the sharp eyes. It's possible that the exiles there might exist in a fate in the same way. That isn't exactly a good excuse. That's still incredibly annoying. Recruitment is down, attrition is high. Let's see. North Shroud is closer. Do we have anything in North Shroud? Yes. It's pretty interesting, Oscar. Mob cosplayers. I met a person on, I think, like they were on Chaos at least. Maybe they were on Light. It was like a friend of a friend, right? That their character was basically named precisely the same name as the Twin Adder Lancer NPCs. I can't exactly remember what they're named off the top of my head, but he would dress like them, have a name that matched them, and sometimes just, you know, AFK in the Twin Adder Grand Company area. I'm guessing not this side. I'm guessing not this side, and then... You're not supposed to be here! What are you doing? We'll say le hellois. I think it was like literally named something like Twin Adder, like Serpent Lancer or something like that. Like it was exactly named as the Twin Adder NPC, like just the regular NPCs. Like he didn't try to cosplay as someone special. He just literally cosplayed as a guy. Which is like even funnier. This reminds me of myself. Yeah. I suppose so. It reminds me of the first time I did... I won't get too specific. There might be some people that haven't gotten that far in the story yet. When I did the final leveling story trial of Endwalker on my main, you know, End Singer, blah blah, I had someone in my party that was a Fandaniel cosplayer. As in, he looked exactly like Fandaniel. And the first thing he did, the moment like we zoned in, was check if you could fall off the arena. Which he did by running off the arena, of course. The only obvious way to test that, as we all know. And like all I could say to that was like, that was perfectly in character, right? The person that managed to glitch behind the counter of the Immortal Flames Grand Company and was called Fake Employee. Oh yeah, the Angel Horse Chiffons are also some... I don't know how common they are, but they also remind me of like... when you sometimes meet a Hildebrand. East Shroud. What are you doing in the Shroud? The mob's hanging out in the wrong zone. The Bramble Patch. I'm not a Warrior of Light. I'm just a regular Grand Company rank and file member. Exactly. I'm just here. How many do I need? 5. Well, I have an idea. Ah! It's big brain time. Just find a fate with the hunting log mob that you need. It's that easy. Hey! Wait, what? When did I level to 49, 47? What? Did I already level up while doing this? Huh? Wasn't... I'm pretty sure it was level 46 when he... When did I level up? Huh? Apparently I leveled up in the dungeon and I didn't even notice. I didn't even notice, and I only looked at my level when it said, you leveled up to 48. I was certain that it was level 46 when I got out of the dungeon. Well, that just tells you how much I'm paying attention to my level while we're doing this. Oh well. Indeed, we could do Aurum Vale then. What are we doing this for? Yeah, brain moment. Ah, yes, I remembered, everyone. I just remembered. You're supposed to use your brain. Did you know that? It's this secret I've learned. What you're supposed to do is just, you know, use your brain. Exactly, Adam. Like, the thing is, I went out to do that hunting log because I thought I was level 46 and I was close leveling up, which means I looked here, saw the XP, glanced over this, and didn't see that it said 47. As you can see, apparently I'm not as smart as I thought I was. Was there a bow that I could get? Hypothetically. Wouldn't be able to use it. Ha! Just also occurred to me, I bought like Crypt Lurker gear for my Poetics. Specifically Crypt Lurker gear. So... I don't have any Ironworks Magitech for level 50. So we'll have to make do with what we have. Right. If you want to join me for Aurum Vale, come on over to me. Let's see who we bring. And you just come over if you want to join. I'll figure out the whole, like, someone got a turn and stuff like that. Well, I know that Omaki did not get a turn. I think Unuvara and Themis got a turn, right? I'm pretty sure. just run 50, just hit 50 and run Praetorium with 1 to 18 accessories. Oh boy. I'm not sure. There are people like near me, but like they're not coming all the way over to me. I'll do like this and like this. And now the question is, anyone who can heal or tank? Anyone who can heal? That works. I guess this hasn't come up before, but when we are queuing for a specific dungeon, like where Blue Mage is available, I'm not against people using Blue Mage. I don't want anyone to feel obligated to use it. Just want to say that there isn't a, like, I'm not here saying you can't use it. Now, I just remembered because Demis was switching to Blue Mage here. Ah, yes, Reaper level 49. That's when it gets real crazy, right? Do you even have a gauge at all at that level? Those lilies of the veil are really like, don't really feel like coming over. Like, I can't target you, but then again, I could wait. And no gauge, it's just 1, 2, 3 combos and debuff application, right? I'll jump over to this one. I'll be ready to grab this one, this fruit over here. Oh, maybe I'll be a little bit closer, just in case of heals. No reason to be in Narnia for no reason, am I right? That says I did a Lapis Manalis with no tank a couple days ago. I was on heals, but our party leader queued before checking. Oh boy. That is the one role you'd rather not go without. You're supposed to be in Narnia, specifically just outside your healer's range. Oh, I'm sorry. I'll get over there. I think something like, oh, let me see. No, I'm still too close. Okay, like this. Hey. Let's not forget that I'm pretty sure that Cure 2 has like 30 arms of range. A hat! Need to stand in the gold soup. Soup. I'm at soup. Also, that is a really good point. That was a perfect example of the mob will hit you if it wants to. Like, I ran all the way to Narnia the moment I was actually 30 arms away from the healer. That was when the boss was like, I feel like that bard needs a circle AoE. I feel like the one thing this bard is missing is a circle AoE right on their face. This small pink bard. Yep, that's the target today. Yeah, exactly. And yeah, apparently it did derpy. I really don't know what it is that triggers it, because sometimes the chat overlay just doesn't break for hours, and other times it's like, no, can't, I just can't. And just keeps breaking. Ah, yes, the donut AoE. Blip. Myth. And another cone. Miss. And another cone. And another circle AoE. But then he got stunned. And a donut. Yeah, the only reason you really have to cast Ruin in, like, Aurum Vale as a scholar is if you can't be in melee range. For some reason. Otherwise, Art of War just better. It is really funny that that is the case, and there's just not, like, they've just not done anything about it. Like, I'm surprised that they've just, like, done nothing about that. And the reason why I think that's surprising is because specifically in Endwalker, like, before Endwalker, AoE attacks had, like, a huge variety in how many targets, like, they were balanced around. Like, some jobs you wanted to use your AoE on 4 targets. Some specific attacks is, you'd want to use, like, on 3 targets, sometimes 2 targets. But with Endwalker, they made it so that nearly all of them, it's 3 targets. And then for healers, it's usually 2. But then there's Art of War and Ruin 1, where the answer is 1 target. Okay, the Magi says, is this Krasia not a gain on 1 at this level? Nope. Doses does 180. Here's a fun fact. Before they put all the dungeon XP on the bosses, you actually could gain extra XP by letting the marble fruits hatch. Because the marble fruits themselves gave like a 10th of the XP that the marble seedlings give. Welcome back, Ymir. Hope you're doing well. Are you winning? I'm not sure. I spent like 20 minutes, 10 to 20 minutes doing hunting log, because I thought I was level 46, but I was level 47 and didn't need to do them at all. So I don't know. I'm not sure if I'm winning. Exactly, Travis. Back in Mayday. Are you still in OC? Yes. Back in Mayday. We got XP for every kill. You know, back in Mayday, summoners had dots. Don't you know? Back in Mayday, paladins had a dot to maintain. Yes. I don't actually know what the... I do know what the logic of the change is, Vivi. The reason why they moved the XP, because if I remember correctly, they moved the XP to the bosses in the same patch where they simplified some of the older dungeons. You know, where they removed side paths and stuff. So, like, they moved the XP to the bosses to both remove like, some dungeons they removed the side paths entirely. Some dungeons they didn't. But if they didn't, they at least removed the reason to do the side path in the first place. So there was just no reason to do them. Back in my day, we had a stance for attacking as a healer. Meh. Bow! Exactly, Traverse. Like, that is also the way that I had experiences where, like, we actually cleared everything in Aurum Vale. Like, some people cleared the entire first room, and because each mob gave XP, and it was good XP, the only reason people would have to complain about it was if it was, like, multiple players were synced down and were just there for the daily roulette. But if you had like a full group of like mostly level appropriate jobs, then Aurum Vale was actually really stacked with XP because there were so many mobs in there. Back in my day, Lost Rate healed 30% of one's HP instead of potency. Actually, I never got to see that. I'm pretty sure Lost Rate healed for potency back in Stormblood. But the fact that Lost Rate used to heal for percent was important specifically because it meant that it didn't rely on mind. So you could use it while in your damage stance. Right, we will probably have to do Aurum Vale one more time, but before we do that, I have to be right back. Meantime, sanity restored. Back in my day. Alright, I'm back. Where are you on Ravana? Well, we are near the Twin Adder Grand Company. Also, hey, Cole and Caetsu. I hope you're both doing very well. Yeah, I'm pretty sure that that friend I mentioned earlier basically were just named Serpent Lancer or something like that. And you just sometimes stand around here. Swiftcast plus a skill has an incredibly weird lag on latency. If you have a high enough latency, you might not be able to do it consistently, but sometimes when you have like a lag spike, you can actually use Swiftcast, hardcast a spell, and then spend the Swiftcast because you can like sneak in the cast exactly like that before a Swiftcast actually comes in. And you're welcome to come over, Traverse. I just can't bring everyone at once, but we will be doing Aurum Vale again, so if you want to join me for Aurum Vale, come over to me, and we'll see who 3 we can bring. We have a lot of people. People could have been doing like expert roulettes, and like you could actually be like doing like almost a full pre-made for like normal raids and stuff. Yeah. Did you not want to come, Mimir? The other people have... some of these people have gotten their turn. I don't think... when did you get your turn last? It's been a while. Do you not want to come? You have enough people. That is true. Certainly I have enough people. And this works as well. Huh, I didn't know that. Apparently you can only send 7 friend requests a day. What? That's really funny. The more you know. That is weird. What? Yeah, I have no idea what that limitation would be for. Yes, it's bots? I don't know. Because a bot... Why would it do that? Just like genuinely, why would it do that? Because you would need to be like subscribed to do that, first of all. Sir, you've been too social. I'm going to have to ask you to calm down and be a loner. Could be a harassment thing. That could also be. I suppose if you're trying really hard to get someone to accept your friend request, you might spam to do that, and all they can do is like decline. The requests have a daily limit. Well, I can send 7 friend requests, but someone else can send me a friend request as they please. That is a dangerous spot to stop. If you like, just a suggestion. Like, if you don't want to run all the way, it's usually safer to like pull the F stools all the way up to the wall. Just a tip. That way you can avoid more. You can have a better chance of not pulling the frog. That is interesting, Traverse. Jerk tongue frog. That sounds about right. You know, having played a bit on this latency, I do feel like Bard, in a very strange way, lends itself pretty well to like a really awkward latency like this. Because all the randomness in the rotation makes it so that, well, it's probably fine. I should not have been there. I was at the wrong spot. It was my fault that I got hit by that frontal cone attack. I'm coming back! Ow. It's a disguised jerk anglerfish. That's a really, really big costume. Three jerk anglerfish in a suit. Yeah, I will say the Final Fantasy XIV friend list is absolutely one of the most awkward features in the game. The weirdest part of it, I would say, and this is something that you probably only notice once you start to have a lot of friends on your friends list. The more friends you have on your friend list, the less useful it is. Because every time you want to check your friend list, you have to open it, wait like 30 seconds for the friend list to actually load. And then, if you have friends that are like on different data centers, then you have to wait for them to load, which sometimes takes like a minute plus, or you have to find them and query for them in particular. So like it's not that surprising that if you're hanging out with people, it's more likely that you it's people you know from like a link shell, for example, or it's people that you are in free company with. Like, I've more than once been like in a free company and like played with specific people every day, and the moment we're no longer in the same free company, we just like don't see each other nearly as much because we don't know when the other person is online, and the friend list is just not always the best tool to check that. There's probably like a coding reason why it is like this, but I'm leaning more towards spaghetti code as the reasoning here. I'm pretty... Wait, what? Uh-oh. What happened? Lag spike? Oh, right. Expecting a stun for it. Yeah, I see what you mean. Hey Shaq, hope you're doing well. It's like there's probably a reason why it was like that, because I'm guessing it's something like it's the same as how we have when you log in, you almost always land in a queue with like less than 100 people. And I believe that's like there so that when there's too many people trying to log in at once, it like throttles them. But like that suggests that the limit to activate that throttling feature is really, really low. It makes sense, but most of the time there isn't so many people that seems necessary. In the same way that I would guess that the reason why it loads your friend list 10 people at a time is maybe because they made it so that the query to get that information from a database only like queries 10 at a time, you know, just in case a million players all at once queries that friend list. And coming from the perspective that one of the biggest failures of Final Fantasy XIV Online, you know, 1.0, was that the game ran like molasses, it makes sense that they would have like overly, like slightly excessive quote-unquote optimization in like making sure that the servers don't get overwhelmed, because originally one of the things that made the game bad was that it just didn't run well. It's like on the one hand it makes sense, on the other hand maybe this is a bit excessive. That says Final Fantasy XIV starting off as bad as it did was one of the reasons I still thought it was bad until someone told about it in Shadowbringers. And yeah, that is actually a pretty important aspect of like, if a game is bad on arrival, then it can be difficult to shake that reputation. Actually, originally, the first time I looked at Final Fantasy XIV was back in Heavensward. I looked at, I don't think it was a guide, it was like more like someone like just showing off Ninja. And, well, the way it was presented was like, not like, oh wow, look at how awesome Ninja is. It was more like, look at how janky Ninja is. And I was like, is this how the entire game works? And then I didn't play it. And then I discovered that there were red mages in Stormblood, and then I was like, maybe you should give it a chance after all. But yeah, it can be dangerous to like have like videos of any kind that like presents something that a potential new player might watch, that presents it as bad, because that might be that player's first impression. Their first impression is the game is janky. And that's actually the most interesting thing, because I had read about all this with Heavensward, I came into Stormblood like, okay, so there's something like, you have to like play 2 different classes to like become a job or something, right? And then like discover that, nope, not anymore. We did it! We reached level 50! Silverman says No Man's Sky is still a bad game to me, for example, I'm guessing is what you're saying. But yeah, exactly. I've heard that No Man's Sky has gotten kinda good. But it's kind of late, right? It's kind of late when it like it released and wasn't great. Let me just hand in some of these things for some seals and some inventory space while we're at it. Arturo mentions the Monster Hunter World collab. Yeah, that too. Like, that's the thing, is that I think a lot of players that saw Final Fantasy XIV and was like, heard that it didn't do super well, it might have been really hard to like, be convinced to give it another chance. And often I think what happened is that something got added to the game that made you interested, right? Like, for example, I got into the game because it was like, oh, Red Mage, I love Red Mage. And when I then put down the game later, because, well, I think I have told this story that, like, I didn't want to do Alliance raids, and I didn't want to do normal raids, because I thought, like, as a player coming from World of Warcraft, I thought both of those things basically led into, you know, hardcore raiding, because that's kind of where that goes, is that you gear up to raid. And I didn't want to do that. Like, I came to Final Fantasy XIV to play, like, a more relaxed game. So I just didn't do that, which, of course, removed... Remember, Stormblood. Think no normal raids, no Savage raids, no Alliance raids, because I don't want to do that. No Extremes, because that's also hardcore by that logic, right? None of that. What's left? So I did Eureka. And I found out that I didn't like Fate Trains in Eureka. And when I had finished grinding gear out of spamming normal dungeons, because I didn't know you were supposed to buy a crafted set, I quit. Like, after playing around in Eureka for a bit, I was like, this isn't fun. I came back when Blue Mage was added. Like, Blue Mage is kind of nice. That was fun. I leveled Blue Mage alone. And, like, collected so many of the spells on my own. Back to some more job quests. Hey Philip, hope you're doing well. Why get I level 55 instead of 130? Because we're getting that now. I'll go and get an Ironworks Magitech weapon later. Because I forgot to do that. I forgot that I actually had the Poetic Scroll. That is the reason. The important thing you have to remember is that Smol Kai doesn't have a lot of things. She does not have a full Ironworks Magitech armor set. I'll have to just buy some, like, 110 stuff. So it actually came as a surprise to me that we actually had Poetics for a weapon, now that I come to think of it. But that is a good point. I should have just bought an Ironworks Magitech weapon. We'll get that a bit later. We're doing this quest now. You have done well, my young apprentice. In returning with the Call attire, you have reaffirmed my faith in you. I see no further reason to withhold from you the existence of the final piece in the set, the piece that has brought us together. Listen well, Caetsu. When I put down my bow, I vowed never again to set foot on the 12-foot. That I now forsake my oath is for no other reason than to impart my knowledge to one who would succeed me. Lest you wonder why I should deem that so important, permit me to relate to you an event which brought about a great change in me. My most recent journey had taken me to Uldar, where I found myself ambling through the marketplace early one morn. Browsing the wares on display, mine eyes were met with a relic from my past, a piece from the Cole attire that I had discarded decades before, countless moms away. I felt at once that it was not mere chance that had reunited me with it, and put forth the coin with nary a pause. Holding the garment in my hands, I resolved to find a worthy heir to my legacy. Alas, no sooner had I arrived in the Twelvewood than I found myself mobbed by archers seeking to hone their skills. Amongst those who came, not a one showed the least interest in poetry and verse. Sorely discouraged and regretting my decision, I made to strike camp and leave the Twelvewood once more, never to return. It was then that you appeared, young one. When you expressed your desire to learn song, I could scarce contain my joy. Looking back, I am fully convinced that our meeting had been preordained. Your coming has instilled me with the courage to attend that matter of which I spoke earlier. I am ready to make a pilgrimage to the scene of my regiment's demise. Ever since that fateful day, I have been haunted by visions of my fallen comrades, torment graven upon their bloody faces. Lost to hope, but too craven to end my own life, I wandered the land aimlessly, seeking a place to die, but the heavens denied me even that. Yet, just when it seemed that despair would draw me wholly into its black abyss, never to emerge again, a melody resounded within me. It was then that I awakened to the power of song and found new purpose in life. I embarked upon a journey to master such verses as would bestow peace upon the fallen, that I might lay the tortured souls of my comrades to rest. It has taken long years, but now I believe I can offer a requiem worthy of my comrades. To do so, however, I require one last favor of you, Caetsu. I would have you escort me to the west of the observatorium, in the Curtha Central Highlands. It is there that we shall find the scene of my regiment's demise. Your presence kindles within me a courage that I had thought lost. I would have none other by my side as I undertake this pilgrimage, now as I enter the most daunting stage of my life. Once you arrive, I ask that you pay your respects with another bouquet of Nemea lilies. When my requiem is sung, you shall have the final piece of the choral attire. I don't know why I was playing my harp for that. Heed me, O puissant Althic, reverse thee the dance of the stars athwart the night sky, that we might ease the suffering of souls long departed. Yeah, exactly. That's actually something I was thinking about, Giraheen, is that the entire, premise of becoming a bard is that apparently, supposedly, music and song and a harp makes sense, quote unquote, makes sense for an archer as a secondary thing to work with. But the only reason that archers become bards in Final Fantasy XIV is incidentally because the incredible character that could have taught you to become an amazing archer is a bard now. It's pretty funny, and I can better understand now some players that feel cheated when they wanted to be an archer. I get it. A little bit. On the one hand, I get it. On the other hand, they kinda could have seen it coming because they could hardly have looked up archer without being presented with the fact that it's going to become a bard, you know? Unless, they just downloaded the game, installed it, logged in, and then was oh, you can start as an archer. That would be the only way that they could have possibly avoided that piece of information. And even then, reaching level 30 with an archer without realizing, again, that you'd become a bard is unlikely. But my point is that it's pretty funny that the main reason why archers become bards is just because, well, incidentally, that's the job you were offered. And there's also the Peloton, yeah, but did bards learn Peloton? Or did archers learn Peloton at level 20 originally? I'm pretty sure that originally it was called Swift Song and had a cast time, but I don't remember if it was level 20. Adams is onto Snowcloak. I don't know if we're onto Snowcloak, but we're at least onto here. Near Snowcloak. And yeah, exactly, Zav. That is a really weird one, though. Like, it is still weird that they go, well, I'll just not advance to Bard. Like, or, okay. Level 22. Well, in that case, it shouldn't come as a surprise, right? But that is exactly it, is that because the Bard job is so random for Archer, they could have been anything. Like, they would have been a perfect class to have like 3 different jobs. Like how Arcanist became 2 jobs. We're surrounded, and our foes seem disinclined to listen to parley. You must survive this, Caetsu. My soul is overburdened with the deaths of too many dear companions. It's always Ixali. That is actually also, speaking of something like Tracker or Sniper or something like that, that was actually something that I was thinking about when we were like earlier, before we knew that the new job was going to be like Viper or a melee DPS for that matter. Like, before we knew that, I was saying it would be pretty cool if the if the new job, like, you know, was a ranged DPS. And what weapon should they use? What could they use? And one of the weapons that I said we could have is like a crossbow. That is technically a weapon we don't have yet. And you could have like a sniper or something that used a crossbow. Like, that could work. But then again, you could also say, on the other hand, what would make a sniper different from an archer? Like, maybe it's like more, maybe it has cast times. Maybe it has longer GZDs. And this last archer ability you get is at level 38, and that's Barrage. Has that always been the case? Is again a question. I think it has been always the case, but it is interesting. It's also pretty funny that Reign of Death is a Bard action, isn't it? Caetsu, without you, I would not be standing here this day. I thank you from the bottom of my heart. I mean, you would literally not be standing here because you wouldn't have gone here without me. Forgive me, my friends. I've kept you waiting over long. He was finally able to shoot. The Keeper be praised. I can wield a bow once more. It was you, young one, who helped me to remember how. I had known this for some time, but your presence is as a salve for the wounds of my soul. Your coming has delivered me from the nightmares of my past. My worthy successor, to you I entrust the final piece of the coral attire. It's very small, as you can see. Don it, and go forth to fill the hearts of men with courage and purpose. Though the seasons may turn, bending a man's back and dimming his eye, so long as there's life, there's reason to hope. Thank you, Caetsu, for showing me the truth of this. With the blood of my comrades upon my hands, to simply draw breath racked me with such guilt as I could not bear, but the time for mourning is past. I shall take up the bow once more and lend what aid I can to the gods' quiver. In fighting for those who yet live, I do my fallen comrades the greatest honor. Bro just had spare Lalafell clothes in possession. I washed the woolen clothes beforehand. I know it used to fit me, but it was wool, so, you know, I just put it in the wash and, like, it crept to a Lalafell size conveniently. Weird how that works. Yet another melody resounds within you, I see. Then there's naught more I can impart to you. As equals, let us together give praise to life and all the joy that it brings. Let's do it together. Heed me, O puissant Althic. Turn thee over the hourglass of time, that we might exult in the glory of all creation. In thine exalted name we sing, that the living may savour life and the departed know true peace. It was made for you to wear. I definitely did not accidentally wash the wool clothes and they shrunk too small for me to wear. What do you mean? I thank you again, Caetsu. You have blessed this old fool with a gentle touch of salvation. Eorzea awaits. Go forth now and inspire endless hope and courage with the beauty of your songs. May we one day meet again. You're the chosen. Yeah, exactly. You're the chosen one for every job somehow. Do we have another job quest immediately? We do, apparently. Boink. Right. Well, we're really close to... We're really close to Madonna, so we could just go over there and pick up that Magitech weapon. A pink chocobo. Nice. This is the hard mode way of buying your gear. Go to the real vendor that exists in the game. Oh, nice. That looks pretty good. You misunderstand. You're not the chosen one. You're the chosenest one. You're the most chosen one. The chosenest one. On the road again. Back to Quarry Mill, another quest. When we've done that quest, before we do more duties, I will make sure that I have replaced some of this, at the very least. The chosen few, who happens to be exactly one Lala. Specifically. It's nice, Ymir. And that's true, there's Alliance and MSQ roulette. We should do those before we like spam any dungeons, of course. Hello? Ah, my dear Caetsu, precisely the woman I wish to see. You will know that I have been trading the members of the God's Quiver. What? Since when? I thought you specifically said you wouldn't do that. Well, the experience has proven most insightful. By taking a keen interest in the development of the younger generation, I feel that my songs have gained in power, and yours could too, my friend. If you have a mind to rise to new heights within our art, I invite you to come to Quiver's Hold. There's an individual to whom I would introduce you. Okay. But yeah, that will also help. That will mean that we can start to collect some poetics. But I think the way we'll do that is more so to like invest like forward. So like we can get, for example, so that we can pick up idle shirt gear. So maybe we can have a full set or more of a set when we get to that level range. Instead of like trying to fill in the blanks here. Instead we'll just like use a bought set. Wolves Den Pierre music. Let's go. Allow me to introduce you to Samson, a captain of the Order of the Twin Adder. He's a skilled lancer and a fervent believer in the power of song. As a matter of fact, he now seeks to establish a new unit which incorporates bards. It is an honor to finally meet you, Caetsu. Jantel often speaks of you, and highly. And as you have heard, I seek to establish a new unit. Just my belief that bards would give our forces a tactical advantage. To that end, I went to the God's Quiver to request their cooperation. Alas, they were not receptive to my proposal. Many yet remain skeptical of the power of song, and would sooner spend their time bending the bow than plucking the harp. But I was not deterred. I scoured ancient tomes, and I have a funny observation here, but I'll let him speak first. I scoured ancient tomes and reached out to the Mughals to find decisive proof of a bard's worth in battle, and I'm pleased to say that my efforts have finally yielded fruit. There exists a legendary song that is said to bring a battle to an immediate conclusion. The Ballad of Oblivion, it is called, and on the condition that I find it, I shall convince the leaders of the God's Quiver that mine is a worthwhile cause. Speaking of which, the meeting is about to begin. I take my leave of you. Right, so my funny observation is... So I've came to the conclusion that having bards on the battlefield is a really good idea, so I went to the archers to have them become bards. What do you mean lancers could also become bards? Are you stupid? Obviously we can't become bards, we're lancers. We couldn't possibly learn to use a harp. Only archers can do that. Obviously. It's like the case of, well, we could really use, like, I don't know, like a healer or something. If only we had a healer in the group. If only you could switch to healer. I wasn't thinking like that. I was thinking like someone else be the healer. That was how I pictured it. Like, not me. Someone else than me. You get what I mean, I hope. Very interesting that specifically he can't do it himself and not his unit, no. He left without giving us the chance to bring up our own business. Actually, why don't we join Samson in the meeting? As it pertains to bards, I doubt our presence would be taken amiss. Come, let us go to the seat of the first bow. Too bad lances don't have string on them. Well, the thing is that he's basically saying bards would be a really, really big improvement. Okay, so become a bard. And we're like, well, there's no strings on a spear. No, but well, you could figure something out. If it's so good, you'd figure something out. You could just become an archer and then also a bard. You could also just, like, I'm just saying, it's not like I use my bow for this. I have a bow, and then I play a song. I do it like this. With not the bow. Just have a lancer with a flute or something. Jantel said that you would come. You may enter. What? Chaiji, I've heard much of your deeds in recent days. Come to lend your strength to the primal investigation, yes? It is most welcome. All right, that quest, indeed, indubitably. I'll make sure to pick up the next quest because I don't want to, like, hide away a quest like this. I shall proceed direct to the matter at hand, though still unsubstantiated. Ill rumors still stir amongst the townspeople of late. Rumors of a shadow-clad knight who rides in the shroud. Under normal circumstances, I would pay such idle ghost stories little heed. This time, however, we have reason to suspect. But we have naught to gain by rushing to judgment. I would have you go to the streets, Chaiji. Speak with the people and hear their words with your own ears. Right. It is indeed Odin. I accidentally did the quest. I was like so confused that we had another quest here. We could do that. The meeting isn't faring well, I'm afraid. The gods Quiver are disinclined to cooperate. Once you bear witness to the battle's power, you will change your mind. I'm certain of it. I must allow such a decisive way to end a battle does pique my interest. My investigation has revealed that the song originates from the western reaches of Kurthas. It is my intent to journey there and find it. As a matter of fact, I've already submitted papers to the God's Quiver requesting a bard to accompany me on this expedition. Rest assured, we've already handpicked one for you. Not that there were many to choose from, mind you. Yantel has scarcely commenced his lessons after all. Now, with times as they are, every man of us is precious. Therefore, before we commit one of ours to your cause, I would test your fitness to undertake this expedition. What would you have me do? Demonstrate your martial prowess. Simple as that. Enraged treants have been plaguing travelers in the Twelveswood. I would have you and your companion to be deal with them. Lest you worry, we've assigned you someone capable. I shall have him join you presently at Amarisai's spire, near to where said treants lurk. Good fortune to you, Captain. The Odin questline is quite long. Well, I don't know if we will do it today, but we would probably do it one day. I don't know why I have the quest, but I have the quest. With that, we are come to your part. We are come to your part in this, Caetsu. It is my desire that you accompany Sanson on his expedition. I request this of you because I know no finer bard. Furthermore, I believe that you will gain something from this experience. But first, there's the matter of the trial. I find myself dubious as to whether the God's Quiver actually mean to lend Sanson a bard. Pray aid him in dispatching the treants, Caetsu. The creatures are fearsome foes. I would be heartened for your assistance. I shall go on ahead to Amarisai's spire. Pray join me there at your earliest convenience. Sunset Zuken Gaming. Yeah, I just find it funny. Like, exactly, Dragoon on drums. It's just funny that for some reason, like, we just, like, half an hour ago, we were just talking about the fact that the thing that makes Bard kind of weird is specifically that it could have been anyone. Like, it didn't have to be Archer that became Bard. It didn't have to be Archer. But now that they are the Bard, now suddenly it has to be them. And nothing else will do. That's what makes it kind of funny. I was caught unawares. Be careful. Oh no! I'm imagining an alternate reality where Marauder's the one who became Bard. Yeah, exactly! It could have been anyone. Adam says Bard is still very much an archer burst damage shot. I mean, yes, it still has a lot of bow stuff. I agree. It's like it's not purely a Bard. It's just more that the entire quest line is emphasizing the whole Bard aspect. The famous Caetsu Chaiji, I take it. It's me. You're not half bad, sister. Not half bad? Caetsu's a prodigy, I'll have you know. That's why I gave her the charm, Kubo. Guidelot, what is the meaning of this interference? They were in the midst of a trial, for God's sake. Don't have a fit, old man. It isn't good for your heart. Besides, I wouldn't call it interference, seeing as I'm part of this merry band. It's true, Kubo. I was present when he received his orders, and I was also present when he said, "What a bloody bother. I hope they botched the trial." Well, I did say those words, I'll not deny it, but seeing Caetsu in action has changed my mind. I'm Guidelot, of the Gold Bulls. I don't care for fame and fortune, and I couldn't give two farts about this dirk of death-like doomness you're after. I do, however, have an interest in song. I can't pass over the chance to travel with an exceptional bard like yourself, and I promise you won't be poorer for my fine company. Well, things have certainly taken an interesting turn. Know that Guidelot is among my most promising students. I can vouch for his ability. Ability aye, but naught else. I know about you, Guidelot, the Spent. The Spent? Your reputation as a troublemaker precedes you. You treat authority with contempt, shirk duty at every turn, and make a general nuisance of yourself. That they sent the likes of you means that they want me to fail. My hopes of finding the Ballad of Oblivion, all up in smoke. Say it straight to my face, will you? Jantel, do we really have to travel with this pompous prat? Caetsu and I alone will do just fine. We don't need anyone else. Without me, you say? Who do you think is the driving force behind the expedition? Fight! 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 I suppose beggars can't be choosers. Caetsu, I must return to Quiver's Hold with word of the trial's success. Please join me there. That is a good point, Traverse. That's actually a really good point. Weirdly, everyone around here can see the Moogles. Good thing you all brought chairs. Guidelot may have his failings, but he is not a bad fellow. Truth be told, I had intended to introduce him to you as well. To that end, I asked Puknopoki to seek him out, only to have him appear as our Quiverman. Fate works in strange ways, does it not? A pity he and Sanson did not see eye to eye. Their personalities are simply too far apart, and the gulf will not be easily bridged. Though it will be a burden upon you, in watching over these two disparate souls, doubt not but that you will grow as a bard. But come, let us hurry back to Gridania. 'Tis too early still to leave those two unchaperoned. I feel like a weird familiarity to this and like the Dark Knight questline after level 50, where you basically carrying around children, quote unquote. Hey Vuzio, hope you're doing well. I am doing well. We've done as bait and called the enraged treants. I trust you have no objections to the expedition. None whatsoever, nor do I have any doubt that Guidelot shall be of great help to you. I shall look forward to good tidings in the days to come. Of great help indeed. At any rate, 'tis now official. We may proceed with the expedition. Let us depart for the Holy See at once. And remember, we have a golden chance to raise the standing of bards within our nation. Let us succeed in our mission and find the Ballad of Oblivion. The Ballad of Oblivion, it reminds Aradel of my blue-feathered friend again. Yeah, actually, yeah. I guess she was the one who knew that ballad all along. Any stiffer, and he's like to snap in half. It'll be a grueling journey, but so long as you work together, you're bound to succeed, Kupo. So it is to Ishgard, then. Safe travels, my friend. I shall await your return, all the while looking forward to hearing such songs as are born of your experience. What item level is that bow? How did he one-shot that tree? Oh, I had this trick where I just shot a little bit and then I was like, I'm bored. And then like an astrologian just used gravity and just decimated them. Just... It's pretty incredible skill. Bow shot. That too. There was like a gunbreaker and an astrologian. Actually, they might actually be like living shadows, you know? First, I shall make inquiries here in Ishgard. As for you, Caetsu, pray rest and recover your strength. We'll likely have need of it on the road. God damn it, man. Here we are in a new place, one that hasn't been open to visitors for over a decade, and you've got your nose buried in a bloody book. Take a moment to get a feel for the city, I say. And to that end, I'm off to a tavern to get a feel for the locals. The young and female sort. Oh, the elf. Oh, because he one-shotted the extra treant. Sorry. The next bard quest will be available from Samson upon reaching level 52. Hey Drew, this is an alt. This is an alt. My main is still a small dragon. And my main has had bard at level 90 for like 2 years. No worries, Drew. I hope you're doing well. Also, who was it that asked? Yes, I do have the Memphina earring. Which should serve me just fine, since it scales up to level 80. It was silver mint. Fair enough. But yeah, I do have that. Right. That would be a problem, wouldn't it? I know, Adam, but I'm level 50 right now. I haven't pre-ordered yet. Weird. Oh, he's selling both. I don't really feel like getting normal quality, though. When we get all the earrings of the 12, how will we wear them all? That's a good question. Like, maybe like bunches, just like a huge bunch of earrings on each ear. That's why they give them to you one at a time, so that you only need 6 earrings each. I don't have high enough item levels to queue for Trials Roulette. I could hop back to Chaos and buy some gear, and then that would work. I think that might be the easiest solution. So I think I'll do that. Although that might not work. Who knows? Maybe there isn't actually any gear to use. Alright, back to light. Sorry. Since that's where Smol Caetsu's home is. I'll come back to Ravana after I've bought gear. I'll come back to Ravana. I just have to purchase some gear. How our hearts sing in the chaos. Early 2000s goth look. Got it. But yeah, for now, we don't need an earring that scales all the way to 90. But it will be something that I would have to pick up before Bard reaches like level 80, at the very least. It would also be nice, because then I guess I can pass the Memphina ring to my retainer. Although, if I remember correctly, they're already like at level 75 or something. Or was it 65? I think it was 75. Welcome back, Ricardo Maggi. That is extremely convenient. Exactly the ones that I needed were here. Ah, yes. The clown suit. Perfection. Hey Jeff, hope you're doing well. Let me just see if I can toss any of these items over at the Grand Company and then I'll be back. Oh, we can also get rid of those. Neat. Although I don't know how much we will actually need Grand Company seals at this point. We've mainly used them to get gear, right? Now we've kind of gotten out of the level range they cover. But yeah, I'm perfectly aware that having 30% extra experience for 10 additional levels will be incredibly handy. It's just that Smol Caetsu is leveling Bard right now, and we're not even close. And there were some, like, congestion problems, so I just haven't gotten around to it. Well, part of that is also, Traverse, that if you have found like a money strategy, like a niche that works, if you start telling people about it, it might not be good anymore, right? So you might not want to do that. That's why if I have a, like, if I'm talking about like a money-making strategy, I will usually either not actually name the item that I'm talking about, or I'll like refer to an item that people know the strategy works for, so that I don't, you know, share the trick. Partly because if you share a specific item as a good moneymaker, it will possibly stay as a good moneymaker for a few days. If like if people hear about it, it might stop being a good moneymaker for a while, and then people realize that it's no longer a good moneymaker, and then they'll stop using it, and then you can go back to using it again. Where did I leave the rest of the group? Did I leave them in Ishgard? You think I did? Oops. Exactly, Adam. That is also part of the reason why I didn't exactly feel compelled to hurry and pre-order, because my main will take the earring and be like, nah, because it's not an upgrade for Blue Mage. Like, it's not an upgrade. It's just equal at level 80, presumably. So, whatever. Like, I'm pretty sure my Blue Mage, I'm using, like, actual level 80 gear as earrings because they're slightly better at level 80. So I'll get to it, but I don't need it for anything. And there's, like, 3 months until I need it. And the ones I need it for more so Viper and Pixomancer than Blue Mage, because Blue Mage was never a problem to level in the first place. But that is the reason. A local was in queue for Thordan for an hour and a half. Yikes. I'll give you a chance. You do that, and then once you're back, we can... I'll put together a group for Trials Roulette, I think. And then we can do Alliance Raid Roulette, and then we can do Main Scenario Roulette. Woohoo! Now it says the best good money maker is always whatever item is in demand that you can only get with the current non-capped tomestones. Well, as it stands right now, the non-capped, like the farmable tombstone materials for causality have been around for so long that at least on Chaos they fluctuate around 2,000 a pop. Which is not a bad price, but it's not insanely amazing. It's not a bad one. But it's more so like free cash. Like if you don't need the tombstones anyway, it's basically just free cash. But if you're actively going out of your way to grind money, then there are many things you could do that are better than this at the moment. But it is a good, like, default moneymaker. That is also why I have referred to it for, like, a thing you can do with causality and like a suggestion as a money-making strategy. Because the thing is, that is a kind of strategy that you can just announce openly, because basically most everyone knows it exists. And part of the reason why it doesn't matter is because it doesn't make enough money that people would farm that specifically. And even if it did, it is kind of tedious, and it can be difficult to actually fulfill the full demand. So the supply is always fine. So like, if you wanted to farm money, there are better strategies. But as you say, Dad, it's a good money maker, and it's also a particular thing that makes it extra good is that because of this attribute of this money maker, that it can be difficult to actually satisfy the full demand anyway. It doesn't matter that you share that particular strategy, because go ahead. It's like a well-known strategy. It's not exactly like it's working because of lack of competition. Whereas other really good moneymakers often work because of lack of competition. Like, sometimes you can go to a vendor, buy an item, and then sell it for 10 times markup on the market board, and people will buy it. But the reason for that is usually because there is no, like, the reason why it has 10 times markup is because there is no competition driving the price down, and people don't even realize that you can buy it from a vendor, or people can't be bothered to find the vendor. That's also true, Darth. Technically the best one is get an FC house, make a submarine, and sell the spoils, but that's a lot of investment. I think, personally, the thing that makes that a bad investment to me is that either you have to have an entire alt dedicated to do that, and if not that, you have to have your main in that FC. And I feel like that's a pretty big social investment for some people. Interesting, Adam. There's a cap. I think the cap is like 999,999,999. Like just barely a billion gil. But each of your retainers can also hold that cap. But that's the key, really, is if you reach that kind of money, or you know someone who has that kind of money, then you also reach a point where you have so much money that I think it's genuinely difficult to spend that much money in Final Fantasy XIV. I mean, unless you start buying, like, really, like, unusual stuff, like buying a boost. Adam says, I literally don't spend gil on anything but mats, ever. See, that's the thing. I am not very good at making money in Final Fantasy IV. Like, I don't make a huge amount of gil on my main, but you'll notice that I always, like, I still make money because I don't, like, buy very much. Like, that is actually, like, the most effective money-making strategy of all, is just don't spend much. If you make more than you spend, then eventually you will reach the money cap. Eventually. Right then. Everyone's back. In that case, if you would like to join me for Trials Roulette, come on over to me. Now here we can have 8 people, so. I think we'll try with this, and then we will, like, fix the group around for the next one. Pay for teleports, what is that? That is actually a really interesting point, and that's Adam said I spend more gil on teleports than anything, so I can agree with that statement. Let's see. I don't use, like, the tickets that make it free, because on the one hand, you could be like, well, you could just buy these tickets. It's easy. Yeah, but you have to do hunt trains to get the tickets, right? Then you'd be like, well, just do hunt trains. But I already have money, right? I used to have the tickets. Then I found it annoying that that I had to, like, you know, click yes or no every time. I found that annoying. Then I realized that there was a menu where you could just set, like, a limit where it activates. But by then I had already spent all the tickets. Couldn't be bothered. You could also do Blue Mage challenges. That's true. Oh boy, the latency. You could see I was not standing in that. Oh my. I think I'm going to die to landslide here. Yeah, OC ping moment. Oof. Yeah, that's the thing, is that if you're already, like, for example, if you already enjoy doing hunt trains, then you will have the have the currency to buy the tickets anyway. I chose a bad position. For some reason, I decided to stand here instead of in the center to go over there. I'm not being very smart right now. I'm sorry. But it is a case of, like, if you're doing content anyway, and that happens to give you, for example, the currency to buy teleport tickets, right? Then it doesn't cost you anything to get those tickets, because you were going to do that content anyway. But if you're not normally someone who does hunt trains, for example, then you have to go out of your way to do that. Or if you don't normally do like Blue Mage Mass Carnival, for latency again, then that is something you would have to go out of your way to do. Maybe says hunting has skewed my view on things. Like, what do you mean you don't have 999 clusters for new materia? That's actually extra interesting on my end. Uh-oh. Because I don't need any particular materia, so I just have like a mix of the materia that I do use sometimes. And when I get clusters, I spend them immediately. Because then I have an inventory space, which I value more. But if I got like tens of these clusters a day, then I obviously wouldn't do that. Because, like, that would be kind of wasteful, wouldn't it? Surprise, Overdweller! Gamer Titan from Myths of the Realm. What are you doing, Ifrit? That went strangely. Oh, right. We could do alliance raids, although I think we would need to split up in groups and we would probably not land in the same unless we're really, really specific on the timing. I don't think... We're not 24 here, are we? And we have a head count. How many are we? I think we're like 15 at most. Will we get a queue pop at this time of alliance raids? Probably. With that in mind, if you want to join me for alliance raid roulette, come on over to me. We have some AFK people, so it might make better sense to, like, how many are we? Let's see. I count 10. So it might make better sense to make 2 5-man groups and then try to queue together. We could also have more people. Erdal and Kitsu just came back, I see. But you don't have to. But we are 10. Does someone want to lead the second group? Emir will lead the second group. Do we have either? Like, if we can just have... That also works. Let's see. Do this and this. Then I think we're... No, wait, I can't count. I clearly can't count. Were you about to go over to the second group, Demis? That would work. You see, we are 6 and 4, right? The Gazel would really like to tank in our group. Now we're 5 and 6, I think. That also works. I'm guessing that they're AFK and don't want to. But that's good enough. I'll do a ready check. Remember, we can only have 1 tank per group for Alliance Raid. Make sure to double check that you have a proper group composition. I see you have 2 healers and a tank, so that works. Another ready check. Right, I will queue when it says 4:05. Oh, there is a queue time. Well, then we might land in the same place. Only 9 minutes. Yeah, in the middle of the in the middle of the super late night in OCE. I disagree, Adam, on that, by the way. There's always crit hit first on Bard, always. True, then determination. Direct hit is trash. Wrong. On basically any job, you want a somewhat even spread of direct hit and determination, but slightly more determination than direct hit. So it basically boils down to what you have more of. But you want most crit, because crit is amazing. If you want to, like, if you're trying to get lucky, then direct hit is bad, because, like, if you get more determination and you're just lucky enough, then that leads to the highest possible damage, sure. But direct hit evenly spread with determination will lead to a better average result. Cole says, if someone in the other group can equip a level 50 jobs guarantee Crystal Tower, there's a higher chance. Well, let's see what happens. We've already queued, and I think it's fine. We're number 5 in the role waiting number list, apparently. Strange. Dad says, I get most of my cluster from leveling roulette. I queue roll in need for seals for glam, prisms, cordials, and so on. Most people pass on loot, so I win most everything. That is interesting, because most of the time when I queue for roulettes, I greed everything, and I don't win everything. Not even close. But it's not exactly like I need it. I have 999 glamour prisms, and I have 999 dark matter. And I have over 50 of every grade 10 materia. That's the reason why I just spend the clusters when I get them, because I value that inventory slot, as I mentioned. Because, like, what does the cluster do? The cluster allows you to choose the materia that you need. So, like, if you need a lot of crit, you can just, buy a lot of crit. But if you have enough crit materia that you couldn't possibly spend it all, then having the freedom to choose doesn't add anything, right? That's the reason. Vivi says, this reminds me, I love the Cerberus experiment of the recent myth-busting video. I'm glad to hear that. It was quite an interesting journey. I was lucky to get people, and then while we were like discussing and testing things, I got an important phone call, so I had to go. And then when I came back, I did some other stuff. I can't remember if I might actually have had to stream or something like that, but I came back and then later rounded up people again to help me, because like I feel like I missed something. And if I remember correctly, like 90% of the footage from 90% of the footage from in the video were from the second take. Oh, that's true, Adam. There I agree with you that most of the time what's going to happen is that you're going like crit, dead, direct hit, because that's kind of the priority. The specific reason why I was like full breaks was because you said direct hit is trash. If that's not what you meant, then that is of course a significant difference. But that is why I was like full stop, because direct hit is like... Well, let's put it like this. Determination is on average 2% stronger than direct hit. If you have equal amounts of them. 2%. Which is so minuscule that if you have the... If you went full direct hit or full determination, you would have to like log it and watch the numbers to tell that there was a difference in your actual DPS. Or test multiple times, because they're like the randomness would make a bigger, like crit luck specifically would make a bigger impact than those 2%, which is why it's like it's better if they're even. But you're right that the priority is crit, determination, direct hit on basically all jobs. Petition for third eye to become Chitin. It doesn't change anything, but Chitin looks cooler. Well, that would remove the opportunity to get actual Chitin. Emia says, if only I could have been a fly on the wall during that experiment. What do you mean? It was a pretty funny experiment. Originally, our plan was actually... So... a little bit of behind the scenes on this entire testing. I mean, you could have been there. Fair enough. A bit of the behind the scenes of those tests was that the first time we went in, I went as warrior, I believe. And the plan was that once everyone else was inside, I would just go into the goop and get eaten to die. But what instead happened was what you heard, you might have heard in the myth-busting video, that, well, because too many people were inside, Cerberus just immediately ejected everyone. But the reason why that didn't really get used in the video, like that particular bit didn't get referenced nearly as much, is specifically because in the first go we weren't as structured in this planning, which led to specifically, I believe, Sip missed the munching. Like, he became small and stood in the goop, but he was in there like a fraction of a second after everyone else, so he missed it. And then because of that, I wasn't sure if what happened, like what exactly happened, whether it counted him or it didn't count him, or what happened. So that's why we ultimately had to go in again later. And when we did go in later, I specifically... Oh, the chat is alive, Ymir. It's just people are quiet, apparently. When we went in later, I went in specifically as Blue Mage, because that, like... I didn't even consider earlier that it would be rather convenient to just self-destruct if you need the main tank to die. And then we did the exact same experiment, except that time we just went, okay, what happens if everyone goes inside? Right? Like, what if everyone goes inside? Like, let's test that first, and then we had the exact same experience again. But it was quite a weird test. I actually got both Caetsu's perspective and Sip's perspective from when we did it the first time, and then it just ended up not needing the footage. But like, because they went inside and I didn't. Because they went inside and I didn't. I didn't know, like, what exactly happened. But I had seen enough to see that it was, like, it seemed to be consistent. And that's why I had so much footage of, like, getting people inside, someone dying outside, and then people get ejected and stuff like that, was because we were, like, testing the limits, see what works and what doesn't work. What makes Cerberus get a tummy ache, apparently. And one thing that I actually learned, apparently, from others that shared in the comments, something that I'd never heard before, is that supposedly, if Cerberus gets more than 12 people inside, he also ejects everyone. And if he reaches exactly 12, it will say, like, a chat message that Cerberus is satiated, and then he will not eat anymore. So the prevention system that we ran into was like an extra one to be like, well, there has to be some people outside. Weirdly. Vivi says, does anyone know if Cloud of Darkness wipes you if no one gets in Cloud Domes? You mean like the three like pillars where you have to go in and kill an ad? I would guess that she does. What I do know is that I'm pretty sure that hurts you a lot if you are slow on them. Gleaming says, why do there need to be people outside anyway? The game can't remember Cerberus' HP if no one are loading it? No. It's just because, well, Cerberus wants to fight someone outside, I think. Like, I don't know if there needs to be a reason for some people to be outside. Like, the key here to remember, Gleaming, is that the first demonstration I did in the video was that everyone went inside, then people started getting ejected, which means that Cerberus did spend time outside alone. And that was okay. He didn't reset. What do you mean, Ymir? Blah. I think if it doesn't pop when it hits 15 minutes, then I guess we won't do alliance raid roulette. No, Amy, I'm good. I'm just waiting. What happens if Cerberus is not fettered? What do you mean? If you don't put the chains on him? If you don't put, like, basically the moment he like shakes off the chains and the helmets at the start, he starts building a damage buff and a haste buff. Like, basically, the damage buff making him do more damage and the haste buff making him swing faster, and that builds basically until you die. But it builds slow enough that you have plenty of time to deal with like the stomach mechanic, but when he gets chained, the stacks reset. And if that, of course, means that if you don't chain him, then he just keeps getting stacks. And if you're doing the fight synced, then he is very capable of killing everyone in very short order if you fail it. Like, if you actually give him a stomach ache and then fail to chain him, then he will wipe you basically every time. Even if you did the stomach mechanic right, if you fail the chain mechanic, you die. He doesn't like just BAM wipe you. He genuinely just mops up the raid one person at a time. It's just that he can kill a person faster than you can raise one. So even if you just spam raise people to like try and combat his power, he will run you down before you like faster than you can like recover. So it's like a sort of soft enrage. I don't think this is happening. I'm going to withdraw from the queue. I think what we will do then is, well, we still have main scenario roulette. So we could do that. But there I can of course only bring 3 people. Then we can go back to EU, so back to light, and do alliance raid roulette. And potentially Frontline, if that one will pop. Because those just won't pop here because it's the middle of the night. Or like super early morning, I suppose. That could work. I do think it would make more sense if, because we only have the MSQ roulette left here, that it would make more sense if we have some Voyagers from NA, OCE, or JP that joins for the main scenario roulette, and then we can bring all the EU people for the EU stuff later. So how about I do this? And then say, if you want to join for MSQ roulette, come on over to me, and then preferably if you're like, if you don't have access to EU normally. No, I have not, Adam. I have not cleared any ultimate content. Apparently Cerberus went so hard berserk that the chat overlay broke again. I do think it would be better if we had a tank. Bruh. Black F without a tank. That is rough. It is quite interesting. All of the humanoid mobs on the Black F actually have soft enrages. And of course, by soft enrages, go back because by soft enrage it's just that they hit way harder. Adam says they really need to go back to skipping cutscenes on this. Well, as I've said a lot of times, the reason why they made them unskippable is specifically because well, people got so good at speedrunning it that the sprouts, even if people wanted to watch the cutscenes, the people that didn't watch the cutscenes could clear the duty so fast that the next cutscene would start before the first one finished. That doesn't sound like a problem, but that actually means that if you chose to sit down and watch the cutscene, then you would still miss a cutscene because the next cutscene can't start if you're already watching one. So they'd just miss half of it. And let's also not forget that when they made the cutscenes unskippable, they massively increased the reward. So, as I always say, would you want the cutscenes to be skippable if they cut the reward to like 1/10 of what it is now? Because I don't think you would. Like, the reason why the rewards are so amazing from MSQ Roulette is that they're compensating. Like, they're compensating you for dealing with this tedium if you don't actually want to watch the cutscenes. But of course, you can't have it both ways. Vivi says, I had a recent Praetorium with a tank using a mod to skip the cutscene. Ooh, I have a feeling that that one might actually, if that happens too much, that one could actually end up getting some punishment, I feel. The key being if it's done too much, because people already use tricks to skip the cutscenes by just restarting the game really fast. And I do agree with that sentiment, Darth. Originally, when I played through this game, I didn't see the cutscenes in dungeons because I felt bad having my group wait for me. I didn't see the cutscenes in these duties until they made them mandatory. Philippe says, why only Meridianum, Praetorium, and Porta de Comana? Well, that's the name of the roulette makes no sense, Philippe. It makes no sense. It's just that these are the only... Well, originally it was only 2 duties, but these 3 duties are the only ones with this much cutscene, and they're like the finale to the A Realm Reborn MSQ. Yes, Gleaming says this was like the original finale, right? Then patches came, so this was like a big finish, right? And then they since have realized, like, as you have noticed, there are like duties like 1,000 Miles of Totorak, where the final boss has a cutscene that takes 40 years to resolve. They've stopped doing that because it really breaks the flow of a party if you have to stand there and wait for the cutscene for several minutes right at the end of it all. And this is something they also had to learn with this. They have never repeated this, but that doesn't change the fact that these duties are relevant to the story. It is interesting, a little surprising, that they didn't just make these duties like solo duties, right? I feel like that's a little surprising, that they kept them as group content. And you're right about that, Adam, but part of the reason why we want to watch the cutscenes when they're presented to us is because just skipping through all the cutscenes and then doing all the fights and then going back and watching the cutscenes kind of breaks the flow of the story. Meaning that instead, like, it's like reading like a book, a small book, of course, but a book where you start by reading the first page, the page right in the middle, and then you read the last page, and then like 30 minutes later, because remember, there's a long cutscene after this as well. like 30 minutes or an hour later even, you go back and read the other pages. If you actually enjoy the story, then that kind of sucks, right? Even though you can go back and watch them, yes. The problem is that these duties shouldn't have been like this in the first place. Like, that's really the problem, but that's easy to know now. And exactly as Darth also says, if you don't like, if just because you've already done it, doesn't mean that others can't enjoy it, and that I also agree with. Like, that the entire point is that you can just not, you know, like the I would say, let me put it like this. I think this makes a lot more sense. I think people would be a lot more in their right to be annoyed if these duties were in any other roulette. Like, imagine that you do leveling roulette or even trials roulette, and there was a real chance that you got Praetorium. If that happened, if that could happen, then I would feel a lot more that it, like, there's, like, absolutely insane that you would have to sit through all these cutscenes, even if the reward was really good. Because the key problem with duties like this that take an eternity to go through is that it makes the length of a duty completely impossible to work with. Like, this is also a problem with Alliance Raid Roulette, which I have talked a little bit about before and in videos. Also Mental Roulette. When you queue for Alliance Raid Roulette, there is a possibility that you land in Crystal Tower and it'll be done in 11 minutes or so. But you could also land in a near raid. And you could land in a near raid with people that don't know the mechanics, and then it takes 42 minutes. And Gleaming, we are near the Gridania Grand Company. We're hanging out there. Oh my god. I've just realized that ground-placed AoEs have latency on actually sometimes letting you see the press itself. My god. Oh no, Adam, I'm not saying anything about the quality of the near raids. I'm saying that if you're queuing for Alliance Raid Roulette and you just want to, like, get a quick clears for your daily bonus, then if you don't have 40 minutes, you can't safely queue for Alliance Raid Roulette because maybe you get near. That's kind of what I mean. I'm not saying that there's anything bad about the near raids. It's mainly the problem is the same as if Praetorium was in the same roulettes as something that takes 10 minutes and you couldn't skip the cutscenes. It would be way more egregious. Thank you, Mikhail. I really appreciate that. Warcraft Traveler mentions Castrum could be in a regular roulette now. It's only about it's about 15 minutes. That's actually a good point. That's actually a good point. 15 minutes is like that's shorter than an expert roulette with like an iffy group. Mikhail says, I just returned after 7 years. I'm guessing 7 years? A lot of catching up to do since Stormblood. Yeah, you would have a lot of catching up to do then. There's a lot of things that have changed, so it might be a good idea to like catch up on things before you jump into a duty. Just in case. Like, pretty much any job you can think of has been changed significantly since Stormblood. Enough that you'll make a mistake if you just do what you did in Stormblood, at least. Derby says, the main issue I have with the Crystal Tower raids is that I'm level 50 and most jobs feel so bland at that level. Makes a 15-minute raid feel a lot longer. Yeah. See, the thing for me is that I don't get level 50 content that much. You didn't climb over the necklace. I guess I didn't. I don't get level 50 content that much. So it's not that big of a deal for me. And most of the time when I do like level 50 content, I'm doing it like on stream. Yeah, that does look nice. It's like a yellow version of the ribbon of slaying that I use on my main. I actually just checked if I could dye it. I would need a ribbon of slaying from Thornmarsh. That's the pink version. But we could go and get that, I guess. It doesn't have to be a slaying one, but we have to be a ribbon of anything from Thornmarsh. For some reason, they don't have job requirements or role restrictions. What were people queuing for outside? Why would I be maining Ninja, Adam? Oh no, I'm just logged out as a ninja because they run 10% faster. And you can teleport twice. I was moving. I was running around doing stuff. I play so many different jobs that it is hard to say what my main actually would be, but it would probably be most accurate to say that it would be either warrior or sage. Exactly, Traverse. I always go into jumping puzzles as a ninja for that reason. Like the Gold Saucer ones. I'm pretty sure that the 10% speed boost still works because it's passive and not activated, because it just prevents you from using your actions. But just in case it works, I use a ninja. I also often sprint in those jumping puzzles in the Gold Saucer. At least right at the start. Felipe says, for some reason I used to see Kai as a Dark Knight main. Was that because of Smol Kai playing Dark Knight, maybe? Blade! When I was doing Savage raiding for a little bit in the second raid tier of Endwalker, I also used Summoner, specifically because it is relatively straightforward, so you can focus on the boss mechanics. But it's actually pretty funny. Aside from Black Mage, the entire catalog of jobs that Smol Kai has are jobs that I normally play less of. For some reason. But the reason why Smol Kai has those jobs is because her jobs have been chosen by votes exclusively. Yeah. Indeed, Adam. That is actually part of the reason why my advice when people, like, focus a little too hard on, like, hard content and thinking they have to do it is that I say don't savage raid unless you want to savage raid, because the gear you get from savage raiding is only really helpful for savage raiding. And the gear will become obsolete anyway. So, like, if you don't actually enjoy savage raiding, what's the point, right? I'm looking forward to both Pixelmancer and Viper. I have a feeling that I might look into Viper first. I'm not entirely sure why. It's just the one that, like, stands out to me a little bit more. Maybe it's the monster hunter in me that really likes that it has a weapon that, like, turns into a different weapon. It's okay, I'll just kite the Deathclaw to Narnia, everyone. Well, there's always the possibility that things change. Interestingly, look at the Magi, when in Endwalker, I was expecting to be more excited about Reaper, and I started by leveling Reaper first. And then every time I, like, pulled out Sage to, like, queue for something, for any reason, it was just the one that I enjoyed more, so I ended up leveling Sage first. And I play Sage more than I play Reaper now. So when I say, I think I'll try Viper first, there's a very real chance that I'll be like, once I get my hands on it, I'll be like, you know, Pictomancer though. Oh, imagine if there was a weapon with a lance then. Like an actual, like, not a, like, a spear lance, but like a lance and a shield as a tank. Then I might play that. Give them a gun lance. I'm waiting for a I'm a Pictomain now from Kai. That would be surprising. Bundy says I'm gonna grieve my hardcore static with Pictomans unless it truly sucks. I mean, that's the spirit. Give us the Lancer. Not that one. The other one. It would be very surprising if I ended up maining, like for real maining, a DPS. In Stormblood, I leveled Red Mage to max, and it didn't take very long before I got annoyed by... You look so sad. Before I got annoyed by the longer queues. And then I leveled Paladin. Later I leveled like White Mage and Dark Knight. But ultimately I ended up like maining tank mostly. And in Shadowbringers, I ended up like... I mean, I played I mained tank, mainly Dark Knight actually. But when I had a friend that I played with a lot that mained tank, I switched to healer, and there I mainly played Scholar. And when I stopped playing with that person, I like drifted back to tank. And in Endwalker, I play both tank and healer, mostly, of all roles. So it would be very shocking if my main in Dawn Trail ended up being a DPS. When will the Warrior of Light be canonically a healer? It is funny that the Warrior of Light has never been a healer, isn't it? Maybe in 9.0. No, wait, sorry, 8.0. Maybe in 8.0. Maybe in 9.0, actually. Jealous of Dawn. Healer isn't main character enough. I don't know what you're talking about. I'm pretty sure Aflato's Misery would look cool in a trailer. You just do like the little twirl and then the person just like the enemy you're targeting just disintegrates in a giant explosion of flowers. Girihin says, has Canon Warrior of Light ever been a mage of any kind? Let's see, a Realm Reborn, well actually online, Archer, a Realm Reborn Warrior, Heavensward, Dragoon, Stormblood, Monk, and Samurai, depending on where in the cutscene, or where in the trailer. Shadowbringers, Dark Knight, Endwalker, Paladin, Dawn Trail, Viper. But the fact that it has been Dark Knight in Shadowbringers and Paladin in Endwalker does at the very least mean that just because the expansion doesn't release a new healer doesn't mean that it can't be the Warrior of Light trailer job. 8.0 we will get Big Lancer and definitely not Scholar again. Maybe, like, I have a feeling that the next time we get a tank, it might actually be the double shield one, because they have, Yoshi P has said they've been working on that. Like that they've been trying to make that work. So maybe they'll make it work in 8.0. Maybe they'll make it work. In 8.0, the trailer job is machinist, and the Warrior of Light just shoots a guy. I'm like imagining like that Indiana Jones scene with like the guy with the blade, like yeah. It's just a samurai like whoa, 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 whoa. And then he just pulls out drill. Well, I'm glad that you're enjoying Paladin, Dennis, because a lot of people really, really didn't like the rework. Other people just really did like it. It's Xenos again and the Warrior of Light just shoots. No. Well, you know what, Bondi? Maybe we're onto something. Maybe that's what they're waiting for. Maybe they'll make healer the poster job when they rework healers to be quote unquote more interesting. A test of your. But it is a little bit of a shame that aside from 1.0, The Warrior of Light has always been a melee job of some sort. The Warrior of Light would only be a healer if it was edgy. Oh. All the new voice lines we can quote. That's a good point, Derpy. I sure hope there's more people talking about blades in like a gruff voice. And in like a helmet or something. The saddest part about the Void storyline ending is no more Blade. And yes, indeed, in 1.0, I'm pretty sure that the Warrior of Light was specifically just an archer. Like, straight up, not even a bard, just an archer. Ether to fortify my blade. The exactly, that is true, Emir. Jobs indeed. I don't believe they were a thing. I agree. I think it wasn't until Realm Reborn that they actually added jobs. I don't think he is anymore, look at the Magi. He's gotten more hair. Oh, right, I can't add more friends. Wah, wah. I can only add 7 friends a day, apparently. Did you know that was a thing, everyone? That'll make for a good fun fact one day. Did you know that you can actually only send 7 friend requests a day? Yeah, I learned that today. Yeah, I think we'll have to head back to Alpha for Alliance raid and potentially Frontline because they just don't pop here for some reason. Oh yeah, that's true. The Derplander is indeed like a gladiator with a shield, like with a round shield. On the cover art or something like that, or box art. But I think we'll have to head back to actually get those roulettes working, which is extra sad because like if we were like a bunch more players, we could just make the Alliance raid ourselves. Yeah, I think we'll do that. I'll... How many do you have right now? Let's see. Around... I think we were like... I think we've capped at like 15? Something like that. But yeah, just to say, we tried. We queued for Alliance Raid here for like 15 minutes. And it didn't work. And we queued for Frontline for like 7 minutes. And it didn't work. But I will say, just for anyone who is like, then I don't get to participate. I don't have like roulettes or anything planned for that. But on Monday, I have planned for a stream that is also happening on Materia. It's not going to be combat, but it might be pretty funny. Remember that it's April 1st. But you can join me for that, because we will be on Materia. Isn't there maintenance on Monday? Is there maintenance on Monday? I hope not. Is it full day maintenance? Does anyone have a time frame for it? Oh, April 2nd. 3 to 7 GMT. So unfortunately, we can't go like hours past midnight. But it's April 2nd. For the all world maintenance. But yeah, you know, we're going to be streaming at around the time. I'll be streaming at around the time I normally do. So that will be April 1st GMT. Although it will actually be GMT +2 because here in Denmark we're switching to summertime tomorrow. Hooray! I guess. Whoops. That's possible, Bundy. It is quite interesting that they'd have to do that, because we already know that the item, like the rewards from that content, is already in the game. Look at the match. It says Tuesday is the Final Fantasy 16 crossover event, right? Correct. On Tuesday, the crossover event should start. However, based on what we know, the way that that event works is like, there's a quest line. And I believe the minion and the mount and the outfit all comes from simply doing the quest. Now, the orchestrion roles, you need, like, I think it was 400k MGP to buy? There's a lot. Ymir says under trial, right? Nope. I'm pretty sure it's like a solo duty, just like we had with Final Fantasy 15. It's just that you're fighting alongside... What's his name? Clive? I might remember wrong, Ymir, but I'm pretty sure there was just Clive and you. I'll wait a little bit so people have a chance to get here. But as far as I know, all it is there's a quest line that gives an outfit, a minion, and a mount. And then there's like 10 orchestrion rolls or something. And they cost something. Gleaming says, I wish they would add on note sections of friends list so bad. Me too! Because I'm marking people with friend groups, but it's hard to remember who's who with friends who don't play much. Me too! Whenever I'm trying to add someone on my main these days, I have to go... Like, I just have to look at a name and go... I have to go like... Do I remember who this person is? Or if I do remember them, there's a chance I'll actually go, does this person remember who I am? Like, it would actually help me immensely if there was like a note next to friends that had removed you. Because then it would just be like, okay, well then I'll just remove you. Like, not anything mean about it. It's just like, well, if you don't have me as your friend anymore, then we don't have to be friends anymore. Like, that's fine. I have my first friend in Final Fantasy XIV was the person that invited me to my first FC. I still have them on my friends list, and I've kept track of them despite them changing their name. Not as in I've been tracking them down, just as in I've observed that they changed name. I don't know if they know who I am anymore. Spy guy. And I agree, Darth. Like actually, that's the thing, is that for me, either option would work. Like, put a note to say they don't have you anymore as a friend. So I can just, like, delete them and go, okay, fine. Or them just disappearing from my friends list would be equally fine with me. Like, my point is that I don't care. The only reason why I kept that first person on my friends list is because I have the space and, well, they were nice. I have a, like, on this character I don't use friend groups. That's also because Smol Kai is exclusively friend, I think. I don't know why I used that friend group there. But aside from that one, Smol Kai is exclusively friends with cultists. So that it makes no difference. If you are on Smol Kai's friends list, you have approached Smol Kai while being present in the stream chat at some point, almost certainly. Or you've made it clear that you watch the channel. My main, on the other hand, has like nearly 100 out of the 200 friends with a friend group associated with specifically the ones that are, you know, cultists. Right then. If you want to join for Alliance Raid Roulette, come on over to me. We got downsized to like a third just to be able to queue for this. Wouldn't it be funny if it didn't pop here? That would actually be hilarious. Genuinely, that would be really funny. Like, we go through all this just to be able to get in, and then it didn't do anything. Oh, less than 5 minutes. Yeah, as we talked about earlier as well, like, the idea of the friend list actually sorting itself out and helping you to remove those that are no longer your friends, or just removing them automatically and stuff like that, that's like just one thing on the list. Like I said earlier, the fact that it loads slower, like it takes longer to add, like to load everyone, the more friends you have. Like, all I'm saying is that there are multiple problems with the friends list menu. Exactly, Bondi put it into a funnier way than I did. Like, that's one problem. But the friend list has like 2 or 3 other problems at least that it could also need some help with. Traverses time to go dump poetics. Still said I lost 300 from that MSQ roulette. Ooh, oh, tip on that. If you have poetics to spare and you have plans to level Viper or Pictomancer, make sure you have a full Crypt Lurker set. And if you don't, get one. As far as I know, Viper is going to be using scouting gear, so you know, ninja gear. And Pictomancer will obviously be using casting gear. So make sure to get that. It's quite funny. I feel like I remembered that I forgot to do that when Endwalker released. So I had poetics to buy like a weapon for each job, but that was it. So yeah, make sure to like start collecting that Crypt Lurker gear now. Also remember, you will not need an earring. You will not need an earring because the Asima one will be just fine. It also helps if you're already leveling ninja, that is true. An extra thing to keep in mind is that if you have like level 90 ninja gear, whatever you do, make sure to hold on to it because Viper will need that. Similar with the caster gear. That's I just presented myself a fashion report and forgot to equip the gear I bought. Fortunately, you have multiple attempts, so just make sure to equip it now and try again. My default glam was worth 69 points though. Nice. Another thing you can do is also, you know, this one is a lot more a lot more work to do. But an alternative is you could also just, you know, do Eden Savage, like the final raid tier drops gear that is equal in like item level to Crypt Lurker gear, so you could just remove that part. And indeed, if you have Blue Mage at level 80, you probably already have the Crypt Lurker gear you need for Pictoman. So again, just make sure you don't throw it away. And one thing worth mentioning is for those Blue Mages, remember that the Blue Mage set, specifically the Blue Mage set for level 80, the Blue Mage set itself, is not usable by anything but a Blue Mage, because it's job gear and not role gear. So make sure that like if you don't have an armor set, you need that separately. Oh, that is true, Bundy. They give you an armor set. It's just that the armor set is usually significantly lower item level, relatively speaking. If I remember correctly, like the Reaper set is 370. Like the level 70 Reaper set is like 370. I think. But you could have 400. So it's just like if you that is exactly the reason why I'm like if you have poetics to spare, because you shouldn't use the poetics that you actually need for this. No reason to. Also, I was allowed to be a statue. Fair enough, Lexi. The main reason why I mention it is because some people might have, leveled Blue Mage, gotten the set there, and just gotten accessories and thought, this is fine. I don't need best in slot. This is good enough. And just, like, left it at that. And then it wouldn't work for me to say, well, if you have a Blue Mage set, you're kind of already prepared. Because you're not if you have, not Crypt Lurker gear. I think there's also multiple sets that Blue Mages use, depending on some things. Like, although I don't know how much, like, which kind of builds you would want. I know spell speed is popular. But yeah, it is basically just like it. You know how gamers will optimize the fun out of games. I'm just giving you an avenue to optimize your game a little bit more. So you can do that. In fact, you would want a full Crypt Lurker set for both jobs, or Eden pieces can also work. And then you would also want 1,200 poetics on launch day so that you can buy a level 80 Crypt Lurker weapon for each of them. Because they actually added an augmented Skaven weapon for Reaper and Sage on release day of Endwalker. So that would probably happen again. And they might have one for level 90 as well, and if they do, then you might need an additional 600 poetics for each of them. So it wouldn't actually be entirely bad to like go into Dawntrail with 1,800 poetics. Then you can like buy both weapons immediately, and then as you level up, you'll accumulate more for another set of weapons. And that's also true, Vince. That is very true, that if you happen to go into Dawntrail, for example, and you forgot to get all those poetics, I mean, you'll collect plenty of poetics while leveling other jobs. Or doing other stuff. So it's this, like, extra prep is mainly relevant for people that, they want to play Viper and Pictomancer optimally in quotations, on day one. And that's where it really, really matters. I'm pretty sure it outscales at X5, Bundy. I'm pretty sure it ties with X4 which is crafted gear. X3 matches. Well, there you go. No, I'm pretty sure you're right there, Loganmaji. Now that I think about it, I do remember that the Fey gear from Shadowbringers is exactly 400. Eric mentions completing a Wondrous Tale the week before 7.0. That's true. If you complete one before 7.0, you can literally get a half a level like that. You just give that to Viper or Pictomancer. And the faster you can get to, you know, levels 81, the faster you can queue for good dungeons, right? Tunk. Tunk. Oh my god! It's a slime! Oh my god! It's a... That is an interesting perspective, Bondi, because I'm pretty sure part of the reason why you were invested in the story originally was because of all of the build-up of the previous expansions. And the reason why you're no longer as invested is because, you know, they're starting with a new story. So if you skip it, you will never know, as Gazel also just said, you'll never know if it was worth skipping or not. The only way to know is to actually watch it. I think actually the thing that will be the most scary, quote-unquote scary, about leveling Viper and Pictomancer day one. By the way, I don't recommend leveling Viper and Pictomancer on day one. There's a good reason why. How many players do you think will want to level Viper and Pictomancer on day one? Because you're competing for those same DPS slots. At least 2. Well, you got me there. But there will be a lot of Vipers and Pictomancers in the duty finder for like the first week. It might, like, if you want to level those jobs, the best option you have is probably either like team up with some friends so that they can group with you. But hey, maybe they want to be Viper and Pictomans as well, so back to square one. And if that isn't an option for you, then what you have left is, well, you could just spam duty support and trusts and stuff. And the reason why that is weird is because in Endwalker, that was actually not as much of an option. As much, because I'm pretty sure at the start of Endwalker, you had trusts for Shadowbringer dungeons. And you had to unlock duty support. Or something like that. I can't remember exactly when they actually changed how all this worked. But it was at least still a new enough thing that it was certainly not like the standard that people went, oh, I'll just level my Reaper with duty support. I agree with that, Eric. That and as others said as well, as Philippe said as well, and Gazel, I guess, is that if you skip the story, it does mean that you get slightly faster to the end, slightly faster, which might matter to some people. But like, I mean, I watched all of the cutscenes in Endwalker, and I got to the end of the MSQ. Like, the game came out Friday, I came home from work, recorded some stuff, unlocked Reaper and Sage, did some daily duty roulettes. I even edited and released that video that I was working on at that specific time. And then I started doing the MSQ. And I finished, like, Sunday morning. And the game came, like, the expansion came out Friday at noon or something like that for Europeans. And I watched the cutscenes. I'm sure that if I didn't watch any of the cutscenes, I would have finished at some point Saturday. And then wait for everyone else to catch up to you to your normal dungeons. That is actually a really good point. If you speedrun too hard, your expert roulette, well, your level 90 roulette, your level 100 roulette will just be like, well... Bondi says 99% of my fun with MMOs is learning jobs and raiding, and I'm a working adult that needs to learn the level 100 iterations of all 4 casters before Savage comes out. But if you speedrun too fast, then all the other people that you could rely on to, like, help you learn these things, you know, the communities, will be behind. So if you just give it a moment, then maybe someone else has already figured out the optimal rotation for you. And you still have weeks before Savage comes out. Weeks. Plural. Have fun with it. That's fair. You have fun with theory crafting. That is, of course, reasonable. But I still do think you have plenty of time. You don't have to skip the cutscenes to have enough time for that. Although if you work enough, then to a certain point, then I can understand that you might not actually be able to make it. I could see that. We do Frontline. Should we do Frontline? Emi does not want to do Frontline. Oh, Emi is doing group 2. Well, yeah, if we're 6 players, so it would make more sense to make 2 3-man groups. If we have 2 people that want to join Emi's Kai Strike Force, and by Kai Strike Force, I mean, if you happen to end up on a different team than me, then you have the incredible opportunity of hunting me, if you like. That says, I wonder what the new nuts will be called. Who knows? Remember, the sacks of nuts worked for both Shadowbringers and Endwalker, so maybe they don't change it. Although I believe Centurio seals were for both Heavensward and Stormblood, so maybe they do. Who knows? Maybe they decided Sack of Nuts is the perfect name. Is group 2 ready? Alright, I will queue when it says 7:20. Oh, I thought it failed. It didn't fail. Whew. Look at the Magi says, I'm looking forward to my first week 1 experience with the MSQ since I'll be spending my early access period leveling Pixelmatter. Just to be clear, just in case for any first timers to new expansion release. With new expansion release is that the early access period is the actual release of the game. All the content is there on day 1, including the MSQ. So I don't know why they call it the early access period, honestly. So just keep that in mind, that if you want the experience of experiencing MSQ week 1, like the true, like, oh, I'm actually in the stampede of players, then you have to start on release day. Exactly on the first day of early access. Because that is when the stuff is there. Ham says we do get early access. It's just of a finished product and not early access. Read open. That's actually a good point. You're actually right. You're actually right. I'm actually wrong here. Is that it's actually true? It is early access because you're getting literally early access to the game. But the way that I usually read it is there is no such thing in this particular case. When a game is released and you can buy early access in this way, then it doesn't mean early access. It means everyone else gets late access. The key reason why I'm kinda indifferent towards it with Final Fantasy XIV is because the early access is given to anyone who buys the expansion. So I'm actually not sure what does it take to miss the early access. That would require that the game releases and you then go, oh right, the expansion, and then you buy it. But I'm pretty sure if you buy it during the early access period, you can still get early access. So I really don't know. The reason why I'm usually kind of strict on this is specifically because other games has this, like other game releases has this thing where they say it's early access, but you only get early access if you buy the collector's edition or the gold edition or the platinum edition or the diamond edition or the whatever makes you pay more edition. And then you get to play like 3 days. I've even seen cases where if you buy this edition, you get to play 1 day early. If you buy this edition, you can play 3 days early and things like that. Then it's no longer early access. It's the people that didn't pay enough gets the game at a late access is how I see it. Even though it is early access. I get that. It's just doesn't sit right with me. I prefer to use the more mean name of calling it, saying that everyone that didn't pay enough gets late access. Because early access makes it sound good, late access makes it sound bad. Bondi says, I'm pretty sure the demographic of people that don't know there's an expansion coming is worryingly large. I think it's not that bad, because you have to remember, like, the people that don't know that there's an expansion coming would be the ones that are in an MMO. They have to not be checking social media, or at least not get any Final Fantasy XIV social media news. Even any Final Fantasy, actually any Square Enix news, because there's a reasonable chance it would have landed at their feet if they had even just seen any Square Enix stuff recently. And they have to be talking with basically no one in the game. Because if they had talked with anyone, there's a reasonably high chance that someone would have mentioned it. If it was a single-player game or not an MMO, I would find it a lot more reasonable that a lot of people wouldn't even have noticed. You could miss the Dawn Trail early access by not clearing Elden Ring DLC week 1. Why would I need early access? I haven't finished Elden Ring. And yet probably is Silvermint. The thing that makes it weird for me, by the way, that is a long queue. The thing that makes it weird for me is specifically the fact that I don't know exactly when the opportunity to get early access closes. But if the opportunity to get early access doesn't close once the early access period has started, and I know that it's like there's some overlap. Like, if the game releases on a Friday, then if you buy the game on that Friday, then you can still get early access for, you know, Friday, Saturday, Sunday. Which makes it a little weird. But it does make sense in some ways that oh, finally, that they have this like close-off period. Because if you can't buy early access once Saturday rolls around, then at the very least it means that that Square Enix can have some level of understanding of how many players will be there in the early access. And then 3 days later, then more people can show up. Also, Kitsuneko, that is crazy! Oh, you want to play the game that is coming out a week in advance? Oh, just pay 4 times the original price. That doesn't sound unfair at all. Oh boy. Well, how's that unfair? Oh, Terry, the reason why there is a problem with early access that you like buy in this way is mainly because with the way games are these days, if you actually want to experience the game like fresh in any way, you have to be playing it when it's new, right? Like, in a week, everything has already been explored. So it basically means if you're not rich enough, that you can be not rich enough to experience this new game you've waited for. So it's complicated. That's why I say I don't like the kinds of problems that arrive with the existence of early access. But I can see the financial incentives, given that, you know, people will pay for it. Yeah, it's just I think it's kind of slimy is what I'm trying to say. I don't like that. And I will say that there has been games where I was like, maybe I should try that. And then if it had that kind of, you know, slimy early access, it certainly doesn't make me feel more inclined to play it. Let's put it like that. Well, it looks like we certainly... Oh, we did get the most damage on the crystal. Wait, what is that black mage doing? What the black mage do? What is that monk doing now? What are you doing? That's really weird. Terry says, are all the physical ranged characters in PvP just casters, essentially? Dancer is more like a... almost melee? Like, kinda melee, but not fully. Oh, I got the kill. Nice. Whoa! Was there a machinist that just got robbed? Wow! I was intentionally repeatedly attacking him to make sure he couldn't heal. Oh, Terry, a key thing is that... we're getting surrounded here. The key thing is that you can walk while you're casting it. And something that can be difficult to deal with if you're coming from PvE as opposed to PvP is that sometimes doing maximum damage isn't as important as doing the damage at the right time. So sometimes you will simply not be casting very much because there's nothing in range. Like, for example, with Gunbreaker, in Frontline, it is very possible that most of... Oh, Slaughterhouse too. That most of the match, you will only use Gnashing Fang combo. Because by the time you reach the point where you don't have like anything other than your 1-2-3 combo, everything's dead. Or you can't safely stand in melee range anymore. So it is complicated. But it does get that feeling of, am I supposed to just stand and cast this? I can see where you're coming from with that. We should bail. Yellow's pincering us right now. Where's my team? Blam! Blam! Raid buffs. I mean, it seems things are working, but we're not winning. Not at all. Surprise! Uh-oh. We're getting surrounded by yellow again, I think. When the cast time leads to you getting the last hit. Smol Kai doesn't look at explosions. Oh, whoops, that's a samurai. I don't know if I actually want to shoot them. I don't know if they have Cheetah and limit break. Cyanide says I just made an EU ult. Oh, nice. I hope you enjoy the journey again. Given how much damage we've done across the board, we might be fine. We just need to like flip this power advantage potentially into a victory. Like we have to actually start focusing on winning instead of just killing. This is a very big crystal. Are we ignoring it for some reason? Oh, there it is. I had a feeling. Ha! Ha! Yeah, I was expecting that. I completely stopped attacking the moment that it seemed like that samurai really wanted me. In particular, they were really banking on getting me. No whoopsies. Oh, that was really sad. that red mage died because they happened to backflip in front of me right as my auto targeting decided they had to die. In particular, that's really unfortunate. Don't want to do that. Particular reason why I really don't want to fight the samurais is because the fact that my attack has a wind-up means that they can just go, oh, you're starting to attack me, and then just click cheating when I can't, like, abort. I don't want to risk that. So I'll just not take any chances, because if I do it wrong, then the samurai got me. And all other jobs, if I just play carefully, I can avoid it. But with samurai, it's my mistake. We're getting surrounded. Oh, yellow's coming in as well. This is going to be rough before it gets better. Ah! Guard came up in time, it looked like. I think I'm dead. Yeah. Unfortunate. Now I have to work my way up to full battle high again. If I can even do it at this point. What the dancer doing? Why? Why were you there? That's a weird place to hang out. All on your lonesome with an empty HP bar? That's really weird. Ow! That looks like an ultra bait right there. Like extremely mega bait. I can't do anything. Basically, whenever I see a samurai that really wants to fight a battle they can't possibly win or get away from safely, it means limit break. It just means limit break. I think red's winning. I imagined it was the same samurai, and I'm pretty sure the limit break wasn't ready yet. Hey, Coco's changed name! Hope you're doing well. We won by a hair. Wow, like we won because we went over, killed a few reds so we could get the lead, and then quickly kill something else. That was as close as it could possibly get without being a draw. Also, how? What? But at top damage done. I lost to Discord Nitro on kills. Oh, that might explain something here. Yeah. Let's see, where's everyone else? How long do I have to check this? The music is starting to stress me. Graham is here. Pretty good. Lexi's there. Oof. That's really that's unlucky. Because I'm pretty sure I see the time is running out. Let me see if I can find... Wait, where's Ymir? Did I miss you because you're the same color as me? No, you're not the same color as me. Where are you? There. Both Monk. So, I just want to say... You were playing Monk, right, Ymir? I'll explain it in just a moment, Levi. Monk is really, really rough in Frontline because Monk is not good at AoE. Like, the thing that gave me so much score in general was like, I'm pretty sure the reason I did so much damage is simply because whenever I saw a big pile of players, it was just like, Apex Arrow, and just did damage to all of them. And the reason why I just led with Apex Arrow like all the time is because every time you use Apex Arrow, gives buffs to me and everyone around me. So if I can just set up the damage buffs quickly, and see, the thing is that the buff from Apex Arrow is longer than its cooldown. So like if I have to like wheel through those to like keep the buff going for both myself and the team, and then if I can just shoot a bunch of people with it, that's just bonus. But Monk is like the 1v1 king. If you meet in Crystalline Conflict or Frontline a Monk who wants to 1v1 you and there's no one near you, unless you're also a Monk, don't do it, because the Monk is almost always going to win unless you have some secret trick up your sleeve. And yes, exactly, Ham. That is exactly why Scholar usually wins on damage, which was part of the reason why I was surprised I didn't see any Scholars up there. But Monk, because of that, needs to be amazing at 1v1ing people. And to be amazing to 1v1 people, you need more battle high than whoever you're fighting. Which means that if you fall behind, then you lose, right? With Samurai, it's kind of the same, just to take with Lexi, is that if you have like battle high 5, like full battle high, you can threaten people into thinking that the reason why you're going into an unfair fight is because you genuinely believe you can beat them. But if you don't have any battle high, then whoever you're attacking, well, they know you've not gotten a lot of kills, or you've died a lot. So they know that you probably have LB, or you're bluffing. And that's why the first time Lexi came up to me, I didn't do anything. because I was expecting Chichen to come out the instant that I was about to attack. So I just ran around and hoped that someone you weren't looking at could kill you instead. And then you used LB, and the instant I saw you use LB, well, now it's free game. Now I can just attack you, and your LB has a few minutes of cooldown, or recharge time. So when you came at me again, like a minute later, I simply assumed you didn't have LB. I was just, well, you probably don't have it again yet. So this is like a knowledge game in this aspect, specifically with Samurai. In Crystalline Conflict, you can see the LB bar on your opponent. But in Frontline, well, if the same Samurai keeps attacking you, well, you have a reasonable chance of keeping track of whether they have LB or not, if they keep hanging out near you. Still, fun. I thought it was interesting. He just kept coming at me. What was Graham playing? I didn't get time to see that. You were playing Black Mage, right? Thank you so much for the 5 extra additional gifted membership to me. Didn't you gift earlier today? Thank you so much. Really appreciate it. Okay, Levi had a question in regards to PvP. How does the Battle High buff or whatever work? I'll just take that before I get sidetracked. Enjoy your bath, Coco. The way Battle High works is, first of all, it only exists in Frontline, not Crystalline Conflict. And the way it works is when you get an assist, so as in you hurt someone and they died shortly after to a party member. They died to someone that is on your team, specifically. And then you get an assist. Then you get 2 points of Battle High. If you get a kill, you get 10 points of Battle High. So if you give the... Coco... Thank you so much for the 20 gifted memberships. Are you sure? Thank you so much. Oh, Eno got one. Nice. A whole bunch of other people there as well, that I recognize all the names. Thank you so much. It's incredibly generous. Okay. You get a kill, you get 10 Battle High. Now, I haven't explained what Battle High even is. What is Battle High? Every 20 points of Battle High you have a buff next to your name, like a blue one when you have 20, and then it turns green, I think. And then it turns like yellowy orange, then it turns more orange, and then it turns red. Other players can see that buff next to your name, even including enemies. It's very important. Because people target people with higher Battle High. Why? Because Battle High basically makes you do 10% more damage and healing for each stage of Battle High. And each stage comes with every 20 points of Battle High. So when you have 20 Battle High, you do 10% more damage and healing. When you have 100 Battle High, you do 50% more damage and healing. And that is extremely substantial. That's actually the reason why when I had full Battle High, I got way more kills and way more like damage. Like I got more stuff done because I did 50% more damage than I normally would. If you die, you lose 50% of your Battle High. So once you've started building it, you really don't want to die. If you change jobs in the middle of the Frontline, because you can do that, if you change jobs in the middle of the Battle High, you lose all of your Battle High. So while it is an option that you can change jobs in the middle of a Frontline, I generally don't recommend changing after you have, like, after the battle has started. Like, zone in and choose whichever job you want. Here's a tip. The job you enter the Frontline as is the one that gets the XP reward. So if you don't want to level Bard, for example, by playing it, like if you don't want to play Bard, you can just zone into Frontline as Bard, and then when you're inside, you can switch to, I don't know, Summoner, and play the Frontline as that job instead. And yeah, if you're really getting screwed over, as Ymir suggested, then you could change to something you're more familiar with or something you think might work better. That is also an option. Just keep in mind that you lose all your battle high and your limit break resets. So it like, if you're going to change job, best do it if you're getting creamed so hard you have no battle high, you just used LB and you died. Like, so you don't really lose anything. But yeah, this battle high is actually exactly what leads to the problem that if your group is getting spooned, basically just getting fed with free points because the luck gods, like the RNGs has just decided to give you all the good spots near your base, so you don't fight the two other sides. Those two other sides will be fighting each other over the crumbs, and the thing is, they'll become really strong doing that because they'll build battle high, and you'll sit on your pile of gold. And if you can't finish the match soon enough, then you lose because the other teams will be able to beat you in any fair fight. Who wants a good creaming? But yeah, that is the reason why I've previously gone, like, when my team on these streams, we've like gone in Frontline, I've been like, oh, we got served good spots, and I go, I think we're going to lose this match. The best thing that happened for my team in this entire match was that we got a crystal that we could easily access, and yellow didn't. That was possibly the one winning part of the entire match, because that meant that yellow had to choose between running across the entire map over to red's good spot or face us with a wall against their backs. And we won that exchange, which put us in a stronger position than yellow. And then we just, for some reason, we kept fighting yellow. I don't know why we kept fighting yellow, but repeatedly we ended... maybe what happened is that my friends over in yellow just kept indirectly leading the enemy into my team because they wanted to fight me. I don't know. But that would explain that. But interestingly, I'm pretty sure that the one thing that really made the difference was that right at the start, my team had the safe crystal, and they got to fight someone who had the bad crystal at the same time. So, like, if we lost that exchange, we could have just backed out. If yellow lost that exchange, they die because there's there's a wall behind them. That says, I mean, you can only change job after you've died anyway. That's true. Like, after you've zoned in, you jump into the match and can't really get back up again. But I'm just saying that, like, usually you wouldn't, like, try to run back and change job. But it's more the point that you should only change job in the middle of a front line if things are going completely wrong. But thank you so much, Ymir and Coco. I really do appreciate it. It's incredible. Dawn Trail does not pay for itself. I suppose I have the money now. Like, if I didn't have it before, I do now. Silvermane says, now this is the normal schedule for the Slippery Floor segment. You can buy the collector's edition now. I could. I don't think I want to. I don't want the big bulky physical one, and I'm sure there are other people that would appreciate it more than me. And I wouldn't use the mount from the digital collector's edition because I always use my copy mount anyway. So I feel like it would be like, I mean, I could use that money on buying more emotes. It's okay, I'll send you the statue. That sounds expensive. But yeah, in regards to PvP, I don't know if you're still here, Levi, but the problem is that because of the presence of Battle High, the correct thing to do is difficult. Because on the one hand, you want to fight the other teams because otherwise you don't get Battle High. On the other hand, if you don't actually play the objective, then you don't win. Like, that was exactly what happened in this match, is that my teams, from my perspective, it felt like we were playing a lot more the team deathmatch game, and just decided to hang out near the crystals because that's where people are that we could then fight. Because every time I engaged the crystals, don't know if you were paying attention to what I was targeting, but it was more than likely that I was targeting enemy players and not the crystal. Which of course would lead to us getting less points than we'd normally get. It's PvP, not PvIce. This is actually what I've been saying for quite a while. Is that what makes me think that both Shatter and Seal Rock, well, Fields of Glory and Seal Rock, are bad as PvP modes? It's like the PvP modes themselves are good. The PvP modes themselves are good. But the Battle High makes it so that it is a losing strategy to focus the crystals in Fields of Glory. And the Battle High makes it so that defending in Seal Rock is a losing decision. Because you're not gaining Battle High while you're defending unless someone attacks you, which isn't guaranteed to happen. But in Unsalakaya, you cannot defend a point. And there are only enemies to attack. So there's only, like, you can only build your Battle High. So, like, one of the 3 enabled PvP modes right now, of Frontline modes, only one of them is actually designed to complement Battle High. So that's exactly the reason why I think both of those modes are not as good as Unsalakaya. Because you have to find a way to get the points while doing getting Battle High. And I guess that's what happened in this match. We somehow managed to just fight enemies near crystals all the time. And then incidentally, by fighting the players, we managed to get a decent amount of the crystals once the other players fled. Died. Now, we should probably take a picture for the next stream. Where should we do it? Oh, we could do it over there. It's been a while since we took a picture in Ishgard. And you're of course welcome to come along, those people that are, like, anyone in the watching the stream, of course. But it's just I happen to know there's people here. Just Photoshop me in. Just really bad Photoshop. Like I just cut around Coco. Like I get some background screen from a previous picture. Like I like make it look like I taped Coco onto the thumbnail. Like really make it clear that I added Coco in after the fact. Right. I'll take the picture from like this side. So it would be nice if you could all like group up near Sanson that only I can see. I know I'm the only one that can see it. But like if you could group up near, preferably like close in, because here's the thing. When I make the thumbnail, I also make a post picture, which is like perfectly square. And if you're expecting a widescreen picture, then I can't have you in the post. Do you want to be on the picture, Themis? Yeah, exactly. Clump up real close for the group picture. Themis? Themis? Did we lose you? Are you there? If you come a little bit closer to Lexi, that would be perfect. And then if you want to do an emote, you do an emote. If you want to have an expression, do the expression after the emote. If you don't want to do an emote, it might help you to sit down and stand back up, because that resets you, so you don't have anything going on. I'll have to take an extra step forward, I see. I'm going to assume that Graham is ready. Alright, so last time I messed it up, so our friend here just didn't have their face on the picture at all. So I'll make sure to not do that this time. Our skirt gone red. Wow. This feels a little too bright, but this feels a little too dark, doesn't it? I think this is just barely right. Right, I think we have everyone on the picture this time, right? No faces covered randomly. Perfect. I'm pretty sure it was Unuvara that I accidentally... Was it Unuvara? I think it was. That just had their face covered on this one. Unuvara. Unuvara is derpy, right? Yep. Poor Sanson. Well, he doesn't mind. He's too busy in his books anyway. Ah, I see, huh? Right. In. Boink. Overlapping sleepy noises, apparently. That'll do. Right. I think we'll do that again. Like, I know there was some latency stuff. I can attest that it felt like a lot easier to play once we were back on EU, but I didn't find it that bad. Like, yeah, there were some funny moments where I got hit by something when I dodged in time, as far as I could see. But the key here is that we're not doing like hard content, so it's like it's fine if you if you die every now and then. Like, that's just part of the game. It's just fun. And I think it was really good that we could also have like people that normally can't even participate be able to participate. I suppose in hindsight, maybe next week we should try and do like alliance raid first, like first thing, and see if we can make it work as soon as possible. And I don't know if Frontline would work at all, but maybe alliance raid will. So maybe we can make it work. But other than that, all of the other roulettes where we could, bring everyone, or as many as possible, I think was really great. I'll probably do, like, for the rest of this test phase of OCE, I'll probably try and see if we can make sure we have Smol Kai over on OCE for as much as possible, so that everyone can participate. And I just want to just reiterate that. So I will make a schedule tomorrow, and you'll see what it is. But I have planned to do an extra stream on Monday. Last year I made a video. This time I realized that it was a little too close. And then I also didn't have a good idea for a video. But I had a good idea for a stream. That I think you'll all enjoy. And it matches really well with the fact that we all can join. So just keep that in mind. I'll be over on Materia. Potentially Ravana. It didn't have to be Ravana. It's just I could choose anyone. And we decided to rejoice in the glory of combat. Okay? It's just a happy little accident. We rejoice in the glory of combat. And it's just like become the data center that I'll just default to, I think. Which makes it easier so that it's not a different one every time. Just keep that in mind. We'll probably, start stream at the time usually, except it's GMT +2 instead. And yeah, I think most players can join, at least at some point. It makes sense. Now, if you enjoyed the company of the wonderful people that you've seen in the chat, remember that there is a Discord Caemmunity server that you can join, where you can find the weekly schedule. You can see what else is happening throughout the week. It usually gets updated Sunday or Monday. You can also see the announcement room, where there is a link to the new video or stream, whatever it is, when they come out. You can also go to the role assignments room and grab the reminder role, and if you do, you will get a notification whenever there's a new video or a stream. And you also get an extra notification around 15 minutes before a stream starts, so you don't miss a second. Also, hey Claudio! Hope you're doing well. And if you did enjoy this particular stream, it helps me a lot if you leave a like on it in the YouTube system, because that tells the YouTube algorithm that it was a very enjoyable stream and you'd like other people to enjoy it as well. So that of course helps me. Thank you so much in advance. And as usual, if you want to support the channel more directly, there is the YouTube memberships. You can also gift memberships. You can give super chats like you saw Ino do, and you can give memberships like you saw Kogo and Umia do. If you don't want to use the YouTube system, there's also the Ko-Fi page in the description if you'd like. It is all totally like optional. There isn't content hidden behind a so-called paywall, you could say. All the videos are free for everyone to see. But it of course does help me to continue to grow the channel. So I do appreciate all the support. With that said, thank you all so much for watching. Good night, good morning, afternoon, or evening, depending on where you are in the world. And all we have to do now is to put Smol Caetsu to bed. Right? And she, of course, sleeps in her armor. Good night. Good night.